All right, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Are there any disclosures of interest? Oh, yes, go ahead, Pam. Okay, turn on your mic, please.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Subject matter, Grain Boreas Holding, item number, sorry. Here's the end, here's the end. I can't find it. Where are we? Uh, 43? 44. Okay. Items number 43 and 44. March 18th, 2019, I, Pamela Beach, declare perceived conflict of interest on the matter of Grain Boys, and with the two items that are listed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. Are there any announcements? Let's start. Where did I start last week? I think it was Gary last week. So, no, we'll start with Bruce.
Now, the only one thing is yesterday when we went to Navarra's for breakfast, a great new restaurant opening up in town, primarily focused on breakfast from 8 a.m. till 2 p.m., I think is what they're doing.
Yep.
So, best comment we had was they feel so welcome here. They just love it that they're thinking about how do we move here. So, it's gone really well. If you haven't been, you should go. It's a great place. That's all I've got in the top of mind.
That works. Thanks. Go ahead, Pam.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, I was there yesterday morning. Great place. Looking forward to going there for breakfast again. It was amazing yesterday. Lily Hope's 100th birthday in Goodwood. Absolutely amazingly attended. I couldn't believe how many people showed up. She's still got a lot of wit, and she's just a great lady. Please remember this coming Saturday at the Arena Hall, the Butter Tart Festival. I want to see everybody out buying some butter tarts, and Dave's going to be testing the butter tarts.
It's a tough job being mayor.
And anyways, I said I'd be his backup, but then he decided to go, so like whatever. So anyways, admission is $2. It's put on by Experience, helping raise funds and bringing a new event to Uxbridge. And that's about it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Willie.
Thanks, Dave. A couple of them. First, I want to, we've got some great news with regards to a crosswalk at Tester Road, Reach Street, Coral Creek. So that was energized on, I think it was Wednesday, Thursday. So students this week, seniors going towards the senior center, or anybody just looking to get across Reach with a little more comfort, the crosswalk is up and running. We don't have a time yet on the one across the road here, but hopefully we'll get some news on that one coming up shortly. Navarra's, enough said, everybody's talked about that. I had a great lunch there yesterday. The Uxbridge Bruins, Roger's not in the room right now, but their first date is tomorrow night in Napanee against the Raiders. Back home on Friday, 7:15, so that's for the Schmaltz, I believe is how you say it, Cup. So come on out and support. The best way that we can support them is jump in and go visit, because they're working hard to put Uxbridge on the map. And then lastly, I just want to say, Public Works this last week. What an amazing job that they've done between the thaw and us having roads that are being overrun by water. I think they did Ben Kester and Billy with the crew being out there working around the clock to make sure that there's signs up, that there's notifications to fire, that the region's all up to speed on the bad areas because of the thaw and the flooding. Hats off to them. I'm really impressed as chair of Public Works. I couldn't ask for a better team with what they've done this past weekend. So kudos.
Go ahead, Gord.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Happy belated St. Paddy's Day to everybody that came today. I know we have the Scottish represented this morning, but I'm half Irish, so I have to tote that one too. I echo the sentiments that Councillor Pop did on public works staff. They've done an incredible job over the last few days. It's been a little overwhelming. We're lucky as better than most communities. For instance, Bolton is underwater, so we bypassed that one, thank goodness. But I know they're out there working, and hopefully we'll have those issues resolved soon. Just a reminder, we have the C3 zoning meeting this evening, so if you want to know all about the revitalization of the downtown, now's your chance. So come out at 7 o'clock tonight. Thank you.
Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, Doris Clark turned 100 on March the 7th, and I attended her party along with Mayor Barton, and Lynn Cladgis from Peter Bethlen Falvey's office was there also. And it was a great turnout, and although I didn't have any of the food, it looked really good. Navarro's Restaurant, I was there for breakfast yesterday morning, and apparently it's a family-run business, but they have 2 locations also in Markham, which surprised me. Also took a tour of Wagner's Lake on Saturday to see the flooding, and water levels were up about a foot. But everybody was coping. It's typically spring. At any rate, they've got a lot of cleanup to do. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. And it's funny, I'd never been to a 100th birthday party, a week and a half ago, and now I've been to 2. So it's amazing to see how vibrant some of these women are. Lily Hope, I sat and talked to her for about 5 minutes, and she was cracking jokes and was so sharp. It was incredible. Couple little things. Olive Harper, and she's part of the Hope Through hockey team. She's going to be here in Council Chambers at 5 p.m. today, just for a quick meet and greet, just to talk with Don and Faye Simmons and a couple other people. Hope Through Hockey is an organization based in Uxbridge that takes hockey equipment and supports some of the Native communities up, the First Nations communities up in Northern Ontario. So she's coming, she's in town, so we're going to talk for a few minutes, and I think that's about it. So thanks again for coming, everyone. And the next thing on the agenda, Denny isn't here, so Jessica, you're up. Oh, yeah, and just while you're getting ready, any items not listed on the agenda?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was addendum went out on Friday, which include a couple pieces of correspondence on finance, a revised report from finance, public works correspondence, and then some items on administration, emergency services, and economic development also. That included a piece of correspondence and another report and an in-camera item. Also, for the planning meeting this evening, there was also a piece of correspondence added.
Perfect, thanks. It's not, so push that button, that one, yep.
There we go.
Now you're up.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Jessica Morrison. I'm the Area Director for Young Life in North Durham. Some of you may remember around this time last year, I came to speak about Young Life. But for those of you who weren't at that meeting, or maybe need a recap, I'll just give you a brief update on kind of who we are and what we're doing in our community. So Young Life is a non-profit organization in over 100 countries around the world. Basically, like, the focus in Young Life is providing teens with adult mentors at a time in their life where they might not feel comfortable talking to family about everything that's going on. So the way I like to look at it is there's about 10% of kids who are kind of considered at-risk kids. And there are a lot of really, really great organizations for those kids. There's about 10% of kids who are just doing, like, really, really well, maybe plugged into a local church or really involved in the community in some way. And there's a lot of good organizations for those kids as well. But there's about 80% of the kids in the middle who nobody is really working with. And they're just your everyday teenagers. And those are the kids that Young Life is for. That's what Young Life is designed for. So obviously we have people in from either end of the spectrum, and that's awesome. Young Life is for them too. But it's like basically made for those ones in the middle, those 80% of kids. And so Young Life Club in Uxbridge meets once a week to host an awesome evening of music, fun, games, life chats, stuff like that. But outside of our club nights, Young Life leaders are actually walking out into the world and the lives of these kids and just being their friends. And so when I say walking into their lives, I don't mean the classic like, hey, how's school going, and stuff like that. Yeah, it's more than that. I mean like the nitty-gritty, ugly brunt of whatever these teenagers are going through these days. And so when working with teens, really nothing is out of the question. So we've seen it all. I'm sure if any of you guys have worked with teens, you know what I'm talking about. So we've seen it all. We've seen suicide attempts, pregnancy scares, abuse cases, ugly breakups, addictions, you name it. In fact, the last time I was here, I was actually talking about one of my girls who tried to take her own life earlier last year. And there have actually been several since then. And so sometimes we can look at those kids that are having those kind of issues and just assume that those are the at-risk kids that are struggling with this. But the truth of the matter is they're not. They're the everyday teenagers, the 80% in the middle, who sometimes we just assume are okay, but they just need someone to listen. And because we as their Young Life leaders have earned that right and built strong, lasting relationships with them, to those moments, and maybe say, hey, what you did at that party last night, it doesn't define you. Or, I know it's scary to tell your parents, so let's go together. Better. And so, obviously, it's not always that dramatic. My Young Life kids know that I keep my phone on at night in case they need somebody to talk to. But sometimes I get just really interesting phone calls. Like the other day at 1 a.m. I got a call from one of my girls, and she was babysitting. She heard a noise outside, and she was scared. I'm like, okay, well, I live 15 minutes away from you, not really sure what I can do. But I was happy to just kind of talk to her, and we ended up deciding that it was just a raccoon and it was fine. But I was happy to be that person for her. Even though it was 1 a.m., I was happy to be that person that she thought, hey, I should call Jessica because I know that she'll be there, and I don't know who else to go to. The other day I had one of my girls calling me in the middle of the day because her car broke down and she needed a tow truck. Like, I don't know anything about tow trucks, but I was really happy to be that person for her, and just that I was one that popped into her mind that said, hey, I don't know what to do, so I should call my Young Life leader. And that is the point of Young Life, to stand in the gap and to be there through thick and thin, and it really is a privilege to be able to do life with these teens. So today I brought my friend Adam for support. So he's one of our 20 volunteer leaders in North Durham. So this, as the area director, is my full-time job. But our leaders don't get paid. They are volunteers, and they just do it because they care about our community and they care about the kids in it. And so the cool thing about Adam is actually that he had a Young Life leader all through high school. He went to Young Life from grade 9 to 12, and now that he's out of high school, he actually wanted to give back because he knows the impact. And so that's what we want to see in Uxbridge. We want to see kids who realize that they've been poured into and want to change the culture and just be there for other people as well. So today, basically I'm here to talk about 3 things. So as some of you might know, we have our annual gala in North Durham, and so since we are a non-profit, fundraising is obviously a big thing for us. And so I brought tickets. Last year, I know that you guys bought a table, and then whoever could go went. And so I would just like to extend that opportunity to you guys again. I think it's really cool to be able to partner with you guys, as I know we both care a lot about our community. And so I do have tickets here. But another thing that we came here for is that it's actually at the Senior Center on August 27th. And we're just coming to humbly ask if you guys could waive the fee for that event, as we are a nonprofit, as I was saying, and so we do need all the support we can get. The gala actually brings in roughly a quarter of our annual budget. So our goal for this year is $20,000, and that's kind of traditionally what we've been bringing in at the gala in the past. And so that's the second thing. And then the third thing, I know we have a sign out front when we come into the town, and then I don't know if there's any fees to put something into that, but that's another thing that we could ask for, is just to have the fees waived for that. So yeah, thank you for your time, and thank you for how much you care about our community as well, and for having us today.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Bruce.
First, Jessica, I'll say it's nerve-wracking when you have to stand up there, and good for you for doing it. You did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Almost to the point of putting a tear in my eye, to understanding that kids deal with a lot of stuff, and it seems like it's more than they've ever had to deal with before. I don't know if it's worse or not, but thank goodness there's groups like you, because they can't always go to their mom and dad for whatever that reason is. So I'm so thankful that you're doing what you're doing, taking calls at 1 o'clock in the morning because of raccoons. The idea of the gala, I don't know, in the past, have we done that?
So yeah,
take a table?
I think we bought a table last time, and then
It says April 27th, but you said August?
I definitely meant April.
April, okay, all right. I'd love to see that happen, for us to take a table again and to use the facility.
yeah. So yeah, if you want to make that motion,
Okay,
that'd
so-
be good. Just
Any other questions?
why don't we vote on it after,
Sure.
if there's any other.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for what you're doing and the volunteers are doing. It is so important today in this time. You know, parents aren't always available, or not feeling, the kids aren't feeling comfortable with going. What the kids may see as a big thing, and then on the other hand, they think, well, it's little, I don't want to bother. But having leaders like yourself and the volunteers is so important, and thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have said it better than the previous counselors. Thank you so much for doing this. Just so that we're aware that we're not committing to a $10,000 table. Can you
Good question.
if you can just confirm for us what the costs are, understanding that you're trying to get 20,000 in, that's an incredible amount to get for a gala, and congratulations. I hope that you make that, but if you could give us more information as well, just so that we're aware.
Yeah, for sure. So I do have a poster. Have all the info on it, but each ticket is $10, and so your table is $80 basically. So not $10,000, don't worry.
I think we're okay.
Okay.
You're here on budget day, Jessica. It's a tough day to be
Oh
here.
no. Okay.
Go ahead, Gord.
Thank you. Through you, thanks, Jessica. You guys do wonderful work. So there was the tickets, the table, or the hall. And what was the third one? The sign.
The sign at the beginning of town, the electrical.
electrical
Yep, that one.
sign.
That's
That
the
one?
word.
Okay. Have
Yeah.
you met with staff regarding bookings that night?
With the senior center?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have it
So
booked
you're
and everything.
okay
Yeah.
with-
Yeah.
Okay. And you might want to talk to them about the sign as well, because they do that.
Okay.
I don't think we have a problem with you guys using it. There's a formula that you need to follow. But anyway, they'll explain that to you. So, did you want to make that motion, Councillor?
Sure, so I'll make the motion for all three, to
Okay.
buy the ticket for the table, to use the hall for free, and to get the messaging up on the digital sign.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no
I'll
problem. And
So, sorry?
Gary, do you have anything, or are you good?
No, I just want to say the work that you're doing is really important, and thank you.
Thank you.
And just, let me just talk about the Morrison family. So, this family are so involved in everything, often behind the scenes, sometimes not. But your mom is Sunrise Pregnancy Center, your Young Life, then you've got a brother. What, did he do something as well? So
Yeah.
Josh raised enough money to build a house for Habitat for Humanity. So And your dad is always stepping up and helping out all of you, from what I see. He might be doing something else amazing as well.
Yeah, so all 6 of us are actually involved in Young Life right now. So my dad and my oldest brother are volunteer leaders, and Josh actually is a volunteer leader for our grade 6 to 8 program this year. And then our younger brother attends the program, and my mom is on committee. So there's lots of, it's a family ordeal now.
You guys are amazing. So thank you for what you're all doing. And and Pam has a question, and the other, just on the sign, you'll have to get a PDF created that can be read on that sign. So just work with your graphics people to make sure it's effective.
Okay.
But again, thank you so much, and I look forward to the event.
Jessica, if you can send me an email just with the information on it, I can put it up on the Goodwood sign for you.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. And is your email easy to find somewhere? Perfect. Great.
Just to round out my motion then, and just to say that, funding will come from the councillor's budget to pay for that ticket.
That works.
So.
Okay, then all in favor of Bruce's motion? And that's carried. Thank you so much.
Okay. Do you want me to just leave the 8 here, or
Sure.
what do you want me to do with that?
Yeah, and does anyone have $80 with them?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Jessica. Okay. Sorry guys, my computer went to sleep here. Okay, now we've got Denny. Is Denny here yet? Denny's not here yet? Okay. So we've got Sandy and Chaz from Precious Minds. Come on up. Thank you.
There we go. Good morning. Thank you so much for having us today. My name is Chaz Harding, and I've had the privilege of being a member of the Precious Minds Board of Directors since 2012. This past January, I stepped into the Executive Director role on an interim basis, which has been a privilege as well. Sandy and I are very excited for the opportunity to be here today to share with you about all the great things happening at Precious Minds. 2019 is a very exciting year as we are celebrating our 20th anniversary of providing care, support, and hope to families in North Durham. For those of you who do not know how Precious Minds originated, I will start with a brief history of this very special local charity. Precious Minds is proof that when a need is identified, committed people take action, great things can happen. In 1999, Sharon Simmons observed and shared in the challenges faced by her friend Elizabeth Graham and her family who were caring for their brother, diagnosed with autism. Discussions and brainstorming sessions grew to include Bonnie Noble, Stephanie Weddle, who worked in the fields of special education and early childhood intervention. Together, these 4 ladies recognized the broad spectrum of special needs experienced by numerous families in North Durham, and Precious Minds was born. In July 2004, thanks to a capital grant from the Ontario Trillium Foundation and the support of our community, we opened our Resource and Learning Centre on Highway 12 with the goal to serve families in Brock, Scugog, and Uxbridge townships. Precious Minds is not government funded and relies on the generosity of corporations, foundations, community groups, and individuals to help raise funds and keep fees affordable for families. Current programs offered at Precious Minds include Fitness Zone Swim at Ux Bowl, Super Strikers Bowling at Uxbridge Bowl, and our Lego Friendship and Robotics Clubs offered in both Port Perry and Uxbridge. Our goal for fall 2020 is to begin offering meaningful programming to our friends in Brock Township. In 2015, we'd been serving throughout the years were becoming adults. This inspired a change to our mandate to include adults, and our Skills for Life programming was initiated. Our Skills for Life program for adult participants is currently offered Tuesday mornings and all day Thursdays here in Uxbridge. Our Skills for Life Art Studio enables individuals of all abilities to connect and integrate with others while using creative expression. Art Studio products are currently being sold at the Tin Cup, Savon du Bois, and Keith's Flowers. Our Sports and Fitness Studio provides physical activities with individualized, adapted instruction and support to optimize comprehension, independence, and success. Lastly, our Health and Wellness Fitness Studio teaches participants about good nutrition, preparing healthy snacks, self-care, and relaxation techniques. Our goal is to one day offer Monday to Friday full-day programming for our adult participants that is meaningful, purposeful, and promoting skills for life. Community inclusion is a big part of what we do, and the programs we have offered directly in the communities that we serve have been incredibly successful, with many positive outcomes. With this in mind, we made the decision in September 2017 to sell the Learning and Resource Centre. This decision was not made lightly and was based on a number of factors, resulting from feedback and consultation with Precious Minds family, staff, and board of directors. We are truly thankful to those individuals and organizations who made the center such a welcoming place of fun, learning, and inclusion. We are excited about this new chapter in the history of Precious Minds and the opportunity to offer meaningful program in North Durham communities. To celebrate our 20th anniversary, we will be publishing a new website, hopefully this week, and we'll be planning a celebration event to be held in fall 2019. We will be launching our anniversary campaign, Give 20. The goal of this campaign is to get 200 individuals to commit to donating $20 per month for a year and hopefully beyond, so that we can continue to provide care, support, and hope to some wonderful families in our community. At this point, I'm going to turn things over to Sandy, who's going to speak to you about our summer camps.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I get full of joy, and I could go on for quite a while. When I talk about Precious Minds program, I'll keep it to summer camp today. Summer is on its way. We want to take this opportunity to convey to you how very thankful, how very proud, and very pleased we are for families that within our community, all kids can now experience summer camp, an appropriate, meaningful, and fun summer week. That is tremendous and speaks to the alignment of our values, the constituents of Uxbridge, and the leadership of our council. So from all of us at Precious Minds, thank you. I've put together a list of things that I thought might be very helpful but interesting for you to know about our summer camp program at Precious Minds. We are now in our 16th year offering summer camps for kids of all abilities. I want to start off with a little quote from one of our family's first-time campers with us last year. This is Michelle's note. This year was our first summer camp experience. It's so important for us that our son with Down syndrome experiences camp just like his sisters and his brother. We all have such great memories of spending summers going to camp and meeting new friends, learning crazy songs, playing new games, and not having to be with Mom and Dad all the time. The moment we dropped our son off at Precious Minds, we knew he would be cared for in a safe and supportive manner. The time they put into getting to know each camper before camp even starts is evident and puts our minds at ease knowing that they were prepared to meet his needs. He was paired up with a big buddy, and he is thinking about him a month later. We can't wait for next year to send him again. He was even calling it Camp Awesome, which is what we now call it in our home. We saw a big change in him this year once we sent him to Precious Minds, and he's been asking to go to the splash pad, which he often doesn't like, and yet his apprehension has reduced, and he also sees that camp can be fun. So, just a little family story. Secondly, I wanted to share with you that in 2018, we supported 42 amazing individuals in our Blaze, Connect, and Fusion programs in the summer. The spectrum of needs includes autism, Down syndrome, seizure disorders, global developmental delays, speech delays, hearing and visual impairments. Besides Uxbridge, families travel from Ajax, Whitby, Caesarea, Port Perry, Stouffville, Beaverton, Cannington, and as far away as England to get in on camp. We focus on skill building in the mornings, non-competitive recreation, and cooling off at the splash pads in the afternoon. We have a fleet of 7 adapted tricycles that go the distance on the smooth surface of the dry ice pad daily. Individuals at camp become good friends. They experience becoming included, loved, and celebrated for who they are. Our student staff are carefully determined and screened. Their compassion factor is over the top, and Precious Minds also facilitates college placements and volunteer opportunities. We are committed to keeping camp affordable for all families. Kids are cared for and supported for just $8.57 an hour. So our purpose in speaking today was to share why we exist and hone in on one of the very special ways that Precious Minds commits to supporting families for an incredibly special lifetime in Uxbridge and surrounding areas. We are looking to confirm with the township the year in a row. We are preparing to start camp July 2nd and run through to August 23rd. So thank you for your time and once again partnering with us to bring care, support, and hope to our own at home. We just have a little slide presentation that shows you better than the way we could ever speak, our inspiration.
Any questions?
Anything from council? Go ahead, Willie.
Thank you for coming in today, and what a great job you're doing. It's really remarkable what you can do, and the support, and like you said, the picture, smiles everywhere, right? So it really is important. I was curious, and I think I probably know a bit of the answer because you're supporting across several different issues that people may have. From a government support perspective, how, what are you doing or how are you lobbying to get that done? Because maybe there's some ways we can start looking up the ladder to try to help you get a little bit more support.
Well, just through grants, we've applied for the Canada Summer Jobs for our summer program, so hopefully we're successful with that to help pay for our summer staff. I think that's kind of where we haven't gone any further than that at this point. So
I might be able to add to that. I have been with the organization since 2003, and so have journeyed along with a number of really amazing board members and staff. I think one thing that has been so unique to Precious Minds is that we have endeavored to stay true to being that local, community, client-based organization, and it has been a hard go at times, choosing to not become a ministry agency, but I think it's also spoken to just the way that our family or our community is behind us, and very appreciative of the way that we've endeavored to stay focused on North Durham.
Any other questions from, go ahead, Gord.
Thank you. Through you. Thank you, ladies. It's a pleasure to see you again. I always enjoy participating in your golf tournament every year, and we have a group signed up again for this year, so looking forward to that. Have you had any conversations with staff over organizing what you did last year? You're assuming you're going to use the arena hall for your team?
Yes. So I have submitted application, or not application, but our practice has been to contact Karen at the rec office, and so I did that. Afterwards, the opportunity, we were encouraged to come to council just to present what we're doing. As well, we wanted to say thank you. The rental rate has been extremely generous and helpful.
Great. So do we need a motion, Madam Clerk, to approve this, or we do? I'll make that motion, and thank you again for all the great work that you guys do.
Thank you.
And I'll look forward to seeing you at the tournament as well. Thank you.
Right on.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor, too.
Okay, thanks. Just, Madam Clerk, do you want to, or does someone know exactly what rate we give on this, and do we continue? Ferg, do you know? Okay.
I believe it was $50 a day. The same rate as last year.
Okay. Now, are we doing the cost of living attached to the Precious Minds one as well, or not? It's like 1.5% or something. Okay. Okay. So Gord, do you want to make your motion that Precious Minds work with staff on the rate?
That's why I asked that question. I assume that you've already had those discussions. So. Yeah.
Okay. So
but I think Karen needs endorsement from us to move forward with the agreement. So.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking for? Okay.
Okay.
So I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. Okay, so all those in favor of Gord's motion? Okay, that's carried. And guys, thank you so much for the work you're doing. You think of all the kids you've touched, you look through the slideshow, all the kids you've touched. It's incredible, especially the needs that those kids have. And when I was talking to people as we were all campaigning, I talked to a number of different people that talked about how Precious Minds, the work that you do, allow them to function as a family. So, thank you for that. And then, Ingrid and I were watching the slideshow as well, just how thankful we are that we have all the facilities that you guys can use as well, right?
That's wonderful.
You're using our ice pads when no one else is. It's a perfect fit. and it means that more people are going through the doors of our facilities and enjoying them, which is perfect. That's what we all want. So thank you for what you're doing, and we will continue to support it.
And it speaks to our town that you would embrace that vision, and so thank you for being partners with us to make that happen for Uxbridge families.
And this is a new council, and we will continue on with the work that we've all done together,
Thanks.
especially you guys doing most of the heavy lifting. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Okay. My computer goes to sleep just as people are about to. So there we go. All right. So now we've got Lou and Jason from the Legion Pipes and Drums, and they're talking about financial assistance. Now, I'm a little disappointed. One day I was sitting over there, and we had a band come in, and drums, and pipes. Again, you guys are great, but we need to be entertained here occasionally. Thanks. Can you hit the mic there, Lou? Thanks.
There. Okay, first of all, thank you to Mayor Barton and Council for letting us come here this morning. Just a quick note to Councillor Hyatt. Last weekend we were Irish. We were at St. Patrick's Day Parade in Toronto, so we covered it.
I just wanted to create an equal playing field.
Yeah, right. Yeah, actually a lot of our members, I think, do have Irish heritage. Anyway, I just want to give you a brief history of this band. Some of you may know, some of you may not. It was formed in 1967 as a centennial project, a joint project with the Legion and interested parties in Uxbridge, and with a lot of help from the 48th Highlanders of Canada. They provided instructions, they provided some of the first drums that the band had. And so that was how we all got. We currently have about 30 active members, and we have 7 students. I'll speak to the students later on. Interestingly enough, we still have one very active member who is an original member of the band after 52 years. Now, I think she did have a couple years off to raise her family and so on, but anyway, that's the kind of group we are. In 2018, we participated in 24 events throughout the province. We go from Toronto to Aurora to Unionville to Orillia to Mount Albert to Port Perry to Uxbridge. Most port now we go every year. So we get around. We're busy. And I think last year, I think Jason will agree with me, we started to see a little burnout in our band near the end of the year because we're busy. And we like to be busy, and we'd like to do a lot more, but we're and on top of all those things, many of our members work privately at funerals, weddings, birthday parties, and so on. So that is in addition to the band events. And plus, we practice every Monday night, with the exception of maybe a couple weeks in August and a couple weeks at Christmas. We're there. So we keep everybody busy, and that's good. We all have a love of music, and that's why we're there. And anyway, we like to think of ourselves as your Pied Pipers as we travel around the country. A couple of years ago, had the honor of being in Holland to play at the liberation ceremonies for Holland with a mass band from all across Canada. But we were wearing our Uxbridge uniform there, and matter of fact, I'm leaving in, I think it's just 2 weeks, with the Vimy trip, and I'll be wearing the uniform that ceremonies in France, Belgium, and Holland. And I have the honor of playing the lament at Menin Gate this year on I think it's April 8th. I'll be there. If any of you don't know significance of Menin Gate has the last post ceremony every night. Have had it since the end of the First World War, with the exception of during the occupation in the Second War. They do it every night of the year. So I have the honor to pipe there. As some of you may know, we have been partially funded by the Legion. The Legion helps. Some years it doesn't happen, some years it does. Of course, the big thing that the Legion gives us is a home and a practice facility, which if we had to go out and rent a place to practice, I don't know whether we'd survive. So the Legion is great, and they look after us whenever we can. One of the keys to the success and longevity of this band is that we teach. As I said, I'd mentioned, talking about students. Currently we have 7 students, and this gives us a constant supply of new members, and that's very important. And pipe bands tend to go in cycles. They're all the same. We're one of the few in the province that is growing at the moment. A lot of the other ones are folding, and we put that down to our teaching. And both Jason and I are products of that teaching, and I think that I would say about 90% of our current members are products of the band. Employ 3 instructors. We're fortunate to have these instructors. They all competed in either piping or drumming at one time. I know 2 have competed at the World Championships in Scotland. I'm not sure about the 3rd one. Our newest instructor is teaching tenor drum. She's one of our students, and we did too good a job with her. She went on to play with Toronto Police Pipes and Drums, and this past summer competed with them at the Worlds, and the tenor section finished first. So she has come back now to help teach her students. And right now the plan is, as of last week, her first 2 tenor students will be marching with us at the Huck Finn Parade. We haven't had any tenor drums for a while, so this is a big thing for the band. Getting to the point, to have quality instructors, we have to pay them. Now, we don't pay these people nearly what they're worth. We don't charge anyone for lessons, and it comes up for discussion every year. Maybe we should. But every year we decide not to, because that's the way it's been done for 52 years, and it's working for us. And we don't want to turn anybody away because they don't have the resources to pay for the lessons. So, and a lot of the students are young, and which is great. Members don't pay for their uniforms, although they have to provide some parts of it themselves that we charge them for. Pipers have to pay for their own pipes, which set of pipes starts at around $1,500 and goes up. We do supply drums, and they are about $800 a piece. Our fundraising is mainly done through parades, and as I said, we're kind of tapped out on the number we can do. We get lots of requests, but we just can't take on any more. And then, of course, there's a lot of local events which we don't receive any remuneration for, and nor do we expect it. Well, that's that's our way of giving back to the community. So we don't expect that. Anyway, we'd just like to respectfully ask council for financial support for the coming year, so we can continue to be your Pied Pipers. And I'll let Jason speak to some of the specifics of our budget.
Yes, so in the last few years, I guess we've been fortunate enough to receive funding from the town from your golf tournament funds. I'm not sure every single year, but at least a couple of the last few years we've put in a request for that, and we're very grateful for that. Some of the specifics, like Lou said, going back to 1967 when the band was formed, we've been providing free lessons ever since that time to anybody that comes, you know, children, seniors. So for these instructors, one comes in from Scarborough, the other one comes in from Fenelon Falls. So like Lou said, you know, we've not maybe been paying them what they're worth all the and you know, it's taken us years to get them a raise in instruction fee, of course, but we finally managed it anyway. This year we budgeted, oh wow, there's my number, yeah, about $5,800 for instruction fees. So that's by far the band's biggest expense for the year. And just for an idea, even the stuff like kilts and tunics, a tunic here, what, $350 plus tax? Kilts are about $650 and up, $700-ish probably with the tax. Like really expensive stuff to do this. Now not everybody gets new stuff, of course. You know, we have a closet full of old items that we try to pass on as long as it fits somebody. You know, sizing is always the issue. If you can't fit somebody with the stuff we have set aside, then of course then we have to buy new. So some of that stuff's a little hard to budget for because you don't always know from year to year what you're going to be able to use again and what, you know, who is going to need completely new stuff. Just trying to think. $800 a drum. So I think a lot of people they really don't have any idea, you know, the cost of running a pipe band. And that's partly why, you know, the Legion cannot sustain us just all by itself as well. You know, it's beyond reach for a band of this size. So I don't think I have much else to add. Lou's covered it very well. But yeah, we'd be very grateful if you guys were able to help us out again this year with some funding.
Guys?
Any questions?
Yeah. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Gordon.
Thank you. Through you. Thanks, guys. It's a pleasure to see both of you. You mentioned a couple of things there, Jay, about, you know, lessons, I guess, is one thing, and then the apparatus, if I can call it that, which is kilts, tunics.
Yep.
Last year, we gave you one for tunics, I think, wasn't it? Do you recall what that was?
Was that last year or 2 years ago? But we did the big tunic purchase. I'm not sure if a request went in last year or not.
It's just when we can say, well, we supported the Legion or the band with
right.
this. It's much easier for us rather than saying, you know, it kind of goes into your operating budget. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
If we could
sure.
dedicate it. I mean, lessons would be fine too, but I think you
sure.
need to define what that is.
Sure. Okay.
And I don't know if there's a way through staff to do that, but I'm fully in support of doing that. So maybe you want to meet with them and discuss, you know, what projects we could do, tangible projects.
Sure.
I mean, I'm again in favor of doing the lessons as well, but if you have, you know, you needed new kilts or you needed new whatevers, you know, that's probably a better ask than just kind of
sure.
doing a general monetary amount. So maybe I'll leave that in your hands and see what you come up with. So.
Okay. We do have.
Again, I fully support. You guys are great ambassadors. And congratulations on going to the Meningate. That's going to be awesome. You guys are all great work. I think that nobody really hears about. So, you know, you're at all our events: Canada Day, Remembrance Day. I mean, it's the list is endless. And again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the work that you guys do. It's fantastic. So I'm fully in support of your ask, whatever that is. So maybe you want to define it more. Okay, thanks, guys.
Okay.
Go ahead. You wanted to say that right away.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thanks for coming in. I do think that you're really great ambassadors for the township, no doubt. I see you in more places in kilts than I see some people out on the streets in support, so thank you very much. Just for councils, you know, as we look at, and last year we did support it through Golf Fund, through 2018 it looks like. Would that be correct, Donna?
I don't believe it was last year. I think maybe a few years ago, but I can look that up.
Okay, I'm just looking at 2018 grants from Golf Fund from the piece that you had there. It looked like we did $750. So, I mean, I think what I would do is just forward to Golf Fund for if we're looking at that again, to motion to have it go to Golf Fund for review.
Okay, that, I'll take that as a motion then, Willie. And any other questions before we vote on it? Okay.
One more?
Yeah, I think just forward, further to that, as Councillor Hyatt just recommended, could you submit something to us? Normally we have something in writing that it'll help us, and I think in that, when we respond back to you, there are some things, we've got some new asks as we partner with groups. What we're helping you with and what kind of impact we're making with you. So there'll be more information, you know, from you and back from us as well.
Okay, and guys, thanks a lot for coming in. So all those in favor of Willie's motion? That's carried unanimously. And guys, thanks for coming in, and we want to make sure that we support you with uniforms so that you've got something to wear under those kilts. I've been saving that joke up. I know it wasn't very good, but it's a perfect dad joke.
Well, if they're true Scots, they won't be.
All right. I think that's it for Christine and Michelle.
Always. Be great.
Yeah. So why don't we bring up Scott? Oh, but does Scott want to? Do you want to come up, or do you just want to be here? Okay. We always like to hear from you, Scott. So. Oh, okay. Gary, can you make a motion to bring up Scott? Oh, Wagner's Lake. So it's on the addendum. With the mic on, please.
Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, I did make a motion a month or two ago, and I think these were some caveats that were added to the motion that Scott and his group have answered or come forward.
So make a motion that will bring Scott up.
Okay, I move that we bring Scott up.
Great. All those in favor? Oh, it's talking about his letter. Oh. Okay. Gary, can you add to your motion in regards to the letter submitted by the Wagner's Lake Ratepayers Association? Is that what it's called? Okay, thanks.
Well, this is a response.
Yeah, but this is your motion.
Correspondence 53, you want to go to correspondence 53.
Yeah, okay, 53, move it forward to...
Okay, and bring Scott up to discuss it?
Pardon
Right,
me?
and bring Scott up to discuss it. Scott,
And bring Scott
okay.
up to discuss.
All those in favor? That's carried. Thanks. Come on up, Scott. And just where is it?
Thank you to the mayor and to council for giving us the opportunity to respond, and for Councillor Rowena for bringing our issue forward. I guess it's in reference to the report PWO 01-19. So I don't know, has everybody had a chance to at least have the document that we submitted? Okay. Whether you've looked at it, that's another question, but I'll give a summary here anyways. So just to kind of give a bit of context, you know, I'm a resident of Wagner's Lake, and there's a lot of concerned around water quality, around safety, around invasive species. This is all something that's I'm sure you're familiar with in terms of, I know there's the Watershed Advisory Committee, and they always bring forward some good information. But our group is really concerned around these particular issues, and the gate is kind of a stepping stone towards helping deal with that. Our response, there was 3 questions that council had brought back to us in terms of the gate. The first was what type of locking mechanism. It would be a simple combination lock with a gate across and a chain that would be used. And the second point that they asked for was clarification on the duration of the installation of the gate. we've brought back that it would be during the summer season when the ice is out. When the ice is in, it could be left open, and I guess it would be left up in perpetuity for going forward. And the last item was the township would like to know how residents would access the lake with a locked gate. So residents being township residents. So what we discussed was that having a combination lock there provides those that are using it locally, but also potentially for anybody that was coming from the township, they could it would be something that they say we'd like to use this access point, and the combination could be provided, and then those residents would have access to the lake. So those are responses to the 3 questions. I don't know if there's any follow-up questions based on those 3 points. I have a whole bunch of other points that I can review, but those were the main, that was responding to your request first.
Okay. Yeah, we'll open it up for questions if you don't mind. Scott, go ahead, Bruce.
Scott, just one question. You're talking about that access was a creative way to deal with it, of sharing that combination. When I look at the note, there was the idea that said, Uxbridge residents, welcome to launch canoes and kayaks from any point, but you're thinking open the gate up for those that do want to bring in a motorized boat?
I mean, the access, if there was a gate up and somebody didn't have the combination, you could still get to the lake with a kayak, a canoe, a non-motorized, nothing with a truck and trailer. But in order to get a boat onto the lake, yeah, there would need to be that combination there. And I mean, ideally, we're looking to limit the amount of boating on there. There's a lot of boats on the water just from the residents alone, and you compound that by adding, people coming to the lake, and they're not aware of issues like the weed buildup, the Phragmites weed that's now on the lake. We have, there's concerns around invasive species, and then just blue-green algae as well. That more people that are using that facility, they're not. There's no washroom facilities, so they are using the lake, and that adds to the other issues, right? So.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Go ahead, Gord.
Yeah, through you. Thanks, Scott, for coming today. Just on the access part of it, like you've got it on your, I guess it's the first page, but the second last bullet point.
Yep.
It's currently being used as a boat launch, but is not an official boat launch. I'm trying to get my head around what the differential would be between those two.
Well, I suppose there's nothing that's been, like if you go to Port Perry or other areas that have an actual built infrastructure boat launch, which is identified, this is really just the end of the laneway that goes off into the lake. And
so I guess where I'm going is if this isn't an official boat launch and we lock it up for other people, what's to prevent them from going to the other access points that you mentioned earlier? Is there something that would prevent that?
No. That would be, I guess the limitations with the other points are that they're not easily accessible using a vehicle and trailer. I mean, the two on the west side are pretty much that you can't get on.
I'm looking at it as if we block access here, it's just going to move it somewhere else. You know what I mean?
To the west side, there wouldn't be a way to get on unless there was a lot of added infrastructure done on those sides. And then there's one at the south end on the east side that.
So is it pushing the problem, I guess, to another location? In other words,
I wouldn't say it is.
If people are, misusing it, you mentioned what they were doing.
As far as truck and like a vehicle and a trailer, I don't think it's moving the problem.
Okay. Just on, we had a discussion when this came forward the last time about what is a navigable waterway and what isn't. And, whether it's exclusive use or public use, and I'm not sure if we actually determined what the final result would that be, Mr. Mayor. But having said that, I totally understand your situation, that people are coming in and they're abusing, if I can use that word, the privilege of access to the lake. So, but I'm worrying if we do lock up this location, is it just going to push it somewhere else? And that's my fear.
Okay.
So maybe you don't have an answer for that, but I'm just bringing that forward. So.
And I know the lake fairly well. I lived very close to it for a while, so I know it pretty well, and I've used it a lot. There's no other way to access the lake with with a boat with a motor, or even a Sea-Doo. You just, there's the access at the northwest corner that, you know,
It's in
the
a-
whole,
it's in
the
a
whole access
floodplain
is
pretty
underwater
much.
still.
Yeah, yeah.
It's well under the floodplain. So this would, if this is blocked, there won't be any access to the lake.
Unless somebody's going through somebody's property, which in that case they'd be, you know, if I had an access that I could launch a boat from mine and I allowed somebody to come in that way, then that's different, but there's not many people that have that capability on the properties.
Yeah, there, maybe one or two.
Yeah, there's, yeah, it's a handful at the most,
Yeah, okay. And one of my issues with just having access with the Wagner's Lake cottagers
Yeah.
is we all pay taxes in Uxbridge Township. If Willie, you know, wants to go fishing on Wagner's Lake, I would want an Uxbridge resident to have access, just like a Wagner's Lake person, because it's hard to know where to cut it off. Where I grew up on Deerfoot is that, can they get the combination to access the lake? Can someone who lives across the street, you know, in Brock Township, you know, Chris Saunders, can he use the lake that's, you know, 100, so that's where you struggle with who should have access to public water, public lands, and it gets quite complicated. But again, this is a council decision, so we'll see what they come up with.
If I could, I would just say, yeah, and you mentioned about navigable waters, our group did some research on it. I think a navigable water, as simple as we can kind of define, is if there's an access in and an access out, it's navigable through. So in this case, the brook comes in one point and leaves the other end. So that's navigable by a vessel, and a vessel could be defined as a kayak all the way up to a cruise ship. So I think that's sort of our limited. I wouldn't use that as the dictionary definition, but.
Just a question for clarification. Do we have authority to block off access to a lake, or are we going to set ourselves up for the Ministry of something from the province to come after us to say, you can't stop people from coming on that lake? Do we have that kind of authority?
We own the road allowance, so I think we have the ability to shut it down if we choose to. And yeah, so to close access, and that happens all the time. If you drive Lake Ridge Road south of 21, Pine Gate Road is right. Yeah. So we have the authority to do this. The one suggestion I have, instead of just a straight combination lock, I would go, if we move forward with this, I would go with a real estate style locking mechanism where you can get your key out and then use it.
We did kind of discuss that. I mean, I guess in the end you'd have that would be the same type of thing. There'd be a combination of some description that somebody would need to be aware of.
Yeah.
So either or, I think could work there. And to follow up on the limiting access to the township, our concern isn't necessarily people within the township, because I think they could appreciate and respect the water that comes from the town. It's the brook. Goes past the treatment plant. It comes up to Uxbridge and heads on. The people that are coming from all over the place, and I think it might stem from, there was a fishing show that was on TV that referenced it, and all of a sudden it became a hot spot for fishermen, and I don't think those were, anecdotally, those were not township residents. Those were people coming from far and wide to fish the Great Wagner Lake fish that are supposedly there. So.
Fair enough. So guys, we have to make a decision today whether or not we want to approve this or not, or delay it. So someone give me a motion.
I'll just ask a follow-up question. So what you're saying is, like, if we close it up, are local lake residents using it to launch their power boats, or is it just shut down completely? I'm not clear on what the difference is. clear on what that is.
So I
Like,
think...
either we do it or we don't. Like, it's, if they wanna launch from their properties, that's a whole different thing, but...
So again, that could be a motion. So we could,
I-
today, we can make
Well,
any
I'm-
motion
you
we
know,
want.
I'm going by your knowledge of living there. What's
Oh.
the best case scenario?
Oh, well, I think as council, we have to decide whether we completely block off the access and nobody can get boats on unless they go through private property. Or, but that would,
Yeah.
that wouldn't be a
Whole other
popular
issue.
decision on Wagner's Lake, just so you're all aware.
Well, that's my fear, is that we're pushing this from a legitimate or somewhat legitimate location to people cutting through the woods to launch their boat, you know what I mean? And if that's what we're doing here, I mean, it's not a good idea.
So if you, Gord, if you gave me a motion right now that says, hey, let's block access and give nobody the key, I wouldn't vote for that. I think it would be a mistake, and I think the residents of Wagner's Lake would have some major concerns with that.
So
If-
how do we differentiate then between who can use it and who cannot?
Yeah.
Maybe somebody can provide clarification on that. Excuse me.
Okay, so there was a report that came to Administration Committee back in 2015, and in that report I gave a bit of a chronology in terms of events that had taken place with respect to this boat launch. So originally a gate was placed on the boat launch by the township due to the number of complaints being received from the residents in the area about public using the lake. A lock was placed on the gate by someone which prohibited access to the lake, not us, but someone. A number of illegally placed signs were also installed in the area. Complaints were received regarding the locked gate. Bylaw did a report in 2012, and in that report it was that the municipal bylaw enforcement officer staff be directed to send a letter to the Wagner's Lake Ratepayers Association to immediately remove the gate and the illegal signs, and that the gate and illegal signs are not removed within 7 days, that the municipal law enforcement staff would be directed to have them removed and would send the bill to the Wagner's Lake Ratepayers Association for payment. On September the 24th, 2012, Councillor McHugh again spoke to the issue, and a motion for reconsideration was brought forward. Following adoption of the motion, a further motion was adopted, and that was that Council and the Township of Uxbridge direct municipal law enforcement staff to remove the illegal sign and the lock on the gate installed on the unopened right-of-way at Wagner's Lake, and that the gate be immediately removed by staff if the lock appears on the gate in the future, commencing September 24th, 2012. The lock was immediately removed from the gate. Shortly after this, direction was given by council. A subsequent lock was again placed on the gate, which prohibited someone who was boating on the lake from time to time exiting the lake upon their return, so they were stuck there. As a result, staff removed both the lock and the gate permanently. Council has historically supported this position of the lake as a public lake, and that access should not be denied to anyone, allowing members of the public opportunity to enjoy and use the lake. Also, this is a public road lounge and also serves as an access point for the fire department to gain access to the lake to obtain water for firefighting purposes. From the township's perspective, the boat launch should be left in an open and unhindered state, i.e. no gate being installed to allow the use to the lake when they choose. The township continually receives requests for purchases of these road allowances and have maintained that it wishes to retain the lands so that they are available by use for anyone. And then the recommendation is that committee reject the request at that time for placement of a gate at the boat launch of the unopened road allowance of Pilkey Road, and that they be thanked for his ongoing efforts to maintain the cleanup. And this was the individual that I believed was resided immediately beside the boat launch area. So that was back from 2015.
Gary, these are your residents. Do you want to speak on their behalf right now?
Yeah, I think there's some of the other issues are the health of the lake. It's in bad shape, and any additional motorboats on it, I think, just exacerbates the condition of the lake. The other thing is, from what I'm told, these people that do launch there, they park, I guess, illegally and potentially block off any emergency vehicles that might be trying to access the lake. So there's a definite parking problem there also on the roads, blocking traffic.
Okay, just on the parking issue, I'll just speak to that, because, again, that was my area before as a ward councillor. we have no parking signs on the north side of the road there. People are permitted to park on the south side of the road. If people are parking on the south side, there is access for emergency vehicles to get through to, what's the road that runs parallel?
Pilkey that runs around.
Yeah, no, what's
And
the one that
Ruddy.
runs along the private section there?
Yeah, that's Pilkey
Is that Pilkey? Oh, okay, it goes all the way
runs into
around.
Ruddy,
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry, Scott. I know
That's
it,
okay,
but
yeah.
I know most of the potholes, but I
Yeah.
don't,
Yeah, sure.
So, Gary, what I would suggest is you could make a motion now, and then see if you have support of the council. With you, Mike, on
I made a motion last time, and so is that considered an open motion or what?
No, because I think the motion you made last time
It
got...
was predicated on Scott and his, and company coming back with answers to the, questions on that motion.
So I think we voted on that, which got Scott to, and the Wagner's Lake Cottages, Ratepayers Association to give us this document. So that, you would wanna, I would suggest you make a new motion and see if you have the support of council.
So if they're going to change
Our current policy.
2015, then you would need a motion for reconsideration.
Do you want to turn on your mic, Madam Clerk? Oh. Okay, so at the moment, we're going with the 2015 motion. That was it, right, or 2012?
2015 is on the books that we not install gate or lock.
Okay, so 2015, the council voted to not have a gate or a lock on this access. So if you want something other than that, I suggest you make a motion and see if you have the support of council.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a motion that, the gate be reinstalled with a combination lock that would help, or would allow anybody from Uxbridge Township to access the boat launch.
Okay, just clarification. The people 100 meters away live in Brock Township, are part of that community. Should they be given the combination as well?
Yes, I think so. Again, that's a interesting turn, isn't it?
Again, it's
Back
Scott, do you want to jump in for a second?
Yeah, I would just, I think it's not that we're trying to remove anyone from accessing it. It's we understand that people are going to want to use it, whether it be the township or even farther beyond. I think what the gate does is it helps control the volume of people and who's coming, and maybe part of that combination, like if I'm from your example, I'm from Brock Township, 100 meters away, and I decide that I would like to access the boat. If I'm making a request to the town for the combination to get on there, there might be an information piece that's provided to them to say, here's some of the concerns the residents have, here's some of the water quality issues, the invasive species, and that way it's an informed decision that and how they're accessing the lake and why they're using the lake versus just open access, do your worst to the lake. We're, as any community, we're very concerned. We're immediately impacted by that. You could take any small community within Uxbridge; they'd have their same concerns that they'd be passionate, right, on the issues, the local issues. So that's our local issue, but it extends to the greater township because of water quality and all these other things that I've spoken about. So,
I'm concerned about discriminatory blocking of access to anybody to a waterway. I like the idea, if there was a sign posted that said, contact this number, somehow I don't know how the somehow works, but to get them the information, but that we don't say no to anybody. So if you come up here from Toronto with a boat and you want to go fishing, you have to get access, and you have to be aware. I'm really uncomfortable saying, it's my lake, you can't come on it. Just my thoughts.
Yeah. Willie?
Well, mine's pretty similar to Councillor Garrett. I don't understand, or maybe it's not been provided yet, how they would get access to this combination lock and what timelines do they have to provide to get to it, because Some people might decide Saturday morning it was supposed to be ugly, they looked at the satellite on their phones, and they've got 3 hours of great time to go out and do something, and what window of time would they have to gain access to a key or go about getting that? So if there's more information on how that might work, I'd be interested in hearing.
So, and Gary, do you wanna, let me just speak for 1 second. You can see why it gets complicated for us up here, Scott.
Yeah.
On how we move forward, serve you and your neighbors, as well as the general public, right? And I see your concerns, with wake surfing, which is a new phenomenon where you've got 3.5-foot waves behind boats. It would change the dynamic, the types of docks. I'm sure I can just imagine the emails and phone calls I'll get if that becomes a reality on your lake. I know some people have issues with airplanes that are on the lake and everything else. It gets tough. One solution that could work, we don't really want to be involved in, but if there was a way that there was a website, you had to go through a 3-minute questionnaire on how you treat this lake, and at the end you get the combination. Open 24/7, sitting on that sign. That might be a way to do it. But that we close at 4:30 on a Friday. And I don't think anyone on this panel want to take phone calls, at 6 a.m. on Saturday mornings asking for the combination. So we do need to figure out a more automated way that we solve these issues. Pam? Oh, Gary, do you want to go first?
Well, I was just going to say, would there be people on Wagner's that would be willing to take phone calls in off hours?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for anybody else, but I mean, I would, I don't think the volume of calls would be every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. I'm going to get 100 calls accessing the lake, but obviously that's something we'd have to manage in our group, but it is an option.
And I guess if it's someone that has used the lake already, they would have the combination.
Yeah.
Correct? Yeah.
Pam first?
Just mentioning something about the combination, like, I could get the combination, I could pass it on to Bruce. Bruce could pass it on, and without any consideration to the lake and to the people. So, if you're using a combination, in my opinion, it should need to be changed on a regular basis just because of that, because then it's out of control again, the possibilities there. So that would be my suggestion.
And yeah, we did kind of sort of allude to that in here, that as if it got abused, so either people coming and just cutting it off, or it all of a sudden seemed that there was open, everybody had the combination, then we could look at either a frequency or a as needed basis, change the combination and contact and our group contact.
When we talked, I think Mayor Dave, when about a real estate combination, that particular lock would be harder to cut off than a regular lock.
Well, the positive with that kind of lock is they're not going to cut the real estate lock, and all of a sudden the key goes missing.
Then you've got a problem.
No, but it's a $5 lock that requires no infrastructure to change, right? They change the lock, put a new key in, and you're good to go. The lock sees or whatever, though that's a decent system. Whatever decision we make today, if we move forward with anything other than the 2015 motion, this should be something that we change, we tweak as we go. We shouldn't make a commitment that this is happening forever.
Even if it's a pilot for this summer to try and see if it helps limit it, I don't know.
Gord?
I guess this goes back to the rationale for putting the gate up. If it's to protect the integrity of the lake, and I totally understand what you're saying, that people are abusing it, if I can use that word in general. If they're not respecting it, we still need access to that lake for fire and emergency purposes. So if we're going to lock this up, it's locked up, except for township access. It's not so that local residents can launch their boat, and they can already do that from their own properties, right? So if you want a gate on it, and I totally understand the reasons for it, then it's locked. That's the end of it. As a boat launch for anybody, that's the way I'm looking at it. You can't get into, phone in and get the code. I mean, to me, that's it's not gonna work. It's just too logistically ridiculous, so, you know, we either decide to lock it or we leave it as it is, and that's the decision we gotta make.
Well, I have to respectfully disagree, Gord. I think that the combination, we can try it, and if it creates a lot of problems, we'll have to revisit it, I think.
Yes, Willie, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Scott, I've got a scenario that I want to play out and just understand it, because it looks like we're going to be putting, you know, kind of the locking mechanism in the Wagner Lake Ratepayers Association. It's long weekend. There's an abundance of people that decide to come out on the lake that day, surpassing what the expectation is. Do we limit more people coming out if we've already provided, you know, like if there's one person comes out with their Sea-Doos and they end up bringing 8 people with them, and then are we going to stop them from doing that? Like, I just see that there's an opportunity for, you know, Wagner's Lake to determine how many people get to go out on the lake that day. And it seems like it's, to me, and it might be different people, but they've shown that they've got it in the past, that they put another lock on to stop people from doing it. So my concern is it seems like it can be, you know, we're kind of leaning towards helping one but preventing the other, and I feel like we don't have a strong mechanism to ensure access.
Well, maybe, Scott, you can answer how many people really come to launch boats there. Is it,
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously during the day. I think there's a lot of fishermen that use it during the day, in the week, and then on the weekends, it is actually a challenge sometimes to tell who's on there from the lake and who's not. I think in response to Councillor Pop, the gate just, if I'm a township resident and I understand that there's a combination that's required to get onto the lake, and I've gone through that process to get that combination, then there's nothing limiting that person from bringing other people onto the lake. I think what this does is it's a deterrent for those that are just coming through and kind of seeing it as a stop to go fishing or drop in their Sea-Doo or just at random. I think if you're a resident and you're consistently coming up to use it, then you'd have that combination, and you would know, likely you would get to know the people on the lake. It's a lot of people that are on there, we don't know who they are. They don't participate in any, you know, conversation, and when they do, there has been issues where the police have had to be called because it's gone really negative. I think if you had township people there, there'd be a greater level of respect between the residents and the boaters. So.
Okay, so we're not going to have a unanimous vote here today. So again, why don't you finish your motion, Gary? Why don't you rephrase your motion, and we'll call a vote and just see how we go. Because again, we have a lot of things on the agenda today.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks for understanding, Scott.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Just, can you read the November motion? Okay, thanks.
Okay, so, Council, you'll need to have a motion for reconsideration, of which you need 2/3. So for the motion that was done in November, it was that correspondence be received and that committee reject the request by Mr. Machado for placement of a gate at the boat launch of the unopened road allowance of Pilkey Road, and that Mr. Machado be thanked for his ongoing efforts to maintain the cleanup of the boat launch, keeping the area clear and free of debris.
So, yeah, that's the motion from 2015.
Okay.
So that's the motion for reconsideration that we need. So first get a motion for
but I made a motion the last time this came up for discussion.
Yeah, we have that here too.
And
from your January...
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
The Wagner's Lake people were asked to address the concerns, and they have done that. So, you know, where do we go from here?
Can you read that motion?
Sure. So this was a result of Ben Kester's report, PW 0119, And the motion read that Public Works and Transportation Committee direct that Councillor Rowena meet with the Wagners Lake Ratepayers Association to investigate the type of locking mechanism and style of gate, as well as how long the gate will be installed and how Uxbridge residents will continue to gain access to the lake.
Okay, so Gary, that was your last motion.
Right, and
So-
then they've addressed those concerns.
So, yes, but now, in order to make a change to how we keep access to this, you need a motion for reconsideration on that 2015 decision that was made by council. So then you would ask for a motion for reconsideration. Correct me, this is our first one of these, Madam Clerk. So a motion for reconsideration, you need 2/3 of council, and then you would make a new motion that we would consider, correct?
But haven't I already made a motion?
No, your motion was,
I mean, the last time? we
your
discussed-
motion was to meet with the Wagners Lake Cottage, Ratepayers Association and come up with some options on how we would implement a gate, basically.
Okay,
So, if you want, if
so
you choose to move
I'll
forward.
move to reconsider the previous motion, is that what you're
Okay,
saying?
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so, all those in favor? Okay. So, that was turned down, Gary. Go ahead.
Can I make a subsequent suggestion? If you're gonna gate it, it needs to be locked, except for fire or whoever else would have access. If that's the way you wanna go, I would be willing to consider that. I don't know about the residents, but that's an option. It's either you have one or you don't. That's the bottom line. And if it's done for the integrity of the lake, which Scott has alluded to, then I would be all in favor of gating it. I don't know what court challenges we could face by doing that, but you're basically shutting down that road allowance is what you're doing. It's not a dedicated boat launch, so we're not even going there. It's closing down the road allowance is basically what we're doing. If we decide not to, then it stays as status quo. That would be my option, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I know the people on Wagners Lake well enough to know that would not be the option that they'd be looking for on this. So, again, that motion was turned down, so I think we should move on. And then Gary, if you wanna continue to lobby council, you can do that and we can find a solution that everyone supports. You might wanna try one-on-one and try and get some support. That would be my suggestion. Scott, thanks for coming in.
Thanks
Sorry
for-
this wasn't what you were looking for.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Thanks for your
Okay.
consideration. Okay.
Yeah, why don't we take a quick break? And we'll come back into, we're gonna do one item, I'll tell you what we're gonna do next.
Do you want
Thanks.
to just do that correspondence item while we have it
Oh,
there?
which one, the Wagners Lake Cottage? Okay, can we get a motion to receive that correspondence? I thought we might have done that. Oh, but it wasn't voted on. Willie, do you wanna give me that? Motion to receive that item of correspondence from the Wagners Lake, Ratepayers Association?
Yeah, as provided by Dave, I'd make that motion.
Okay. All those in favor? That's carried. Now we're gonna take a break.
Would you enlighten me, please, as to what just happened?
Okay. So, the Wagners Lake Ratepayers Association would like a gate that they have access to and, there needed to be a vote of, a motion of reconsideration. That was turned down by council. So they needed 2/3, and we didn't get 2/3.
Because there's a previous motion already, a previous decision already in place.
Your mic's not on.
Because there's a previous decision already in place, the reconsideration is to go back to that original in order to look at changing it, and council decided they were gonna let it stand.
That's correct. There's actually no gate there. Yeah, no problem, thank you. So just for everyone in the room, we are just so we can have our fire chief go back to work, we're just moving a couple things of, items of correspondence up. Here we go. Yeah, so Phil, do you wanna come to wherever you're comfortable? And go ahead, Gord, the meeting's yours.
Okay, I'll call to order briefly, Planning Committee. Correspondence 43. Excuse me. Everybody got it? Yeah? Okay. Did you want to speak to this, Chief, at all?
There was two letters regarding the Grain Boys. I think the first one regarded the fire protection only. I'm not sure about the second one. I think
that's the one we're referring to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's just a couple items in there that I just wanted to clarify. Actually, there's about 5 or 6, but I'll go through the letters as it is here in front of me. With respect in the first paragraph where the fire department has approved the Grain Boys business, that's been present for one meeting, a planning meeting, where I believe the applicant was seeking a change in the zoning, and we haven't had any input into the fire protection there during that zoning change.
Is that the pre-con meeting? Is that what you're referring to?
It was about planning. It wasn't about the site plan or anything like that. If I go on down further, I understand that there was, in their presentation, that there was a drawing which illustrated a large pond on the property, but the fire department does not approve that. We don't approve ponds for fire protection services. We only approve enclosed tanks with direct access to the tank for drafting, and that size of that tank and the water requirements will be determined by the building department when the application is made for the building permit, things like that. And we'll have some input then, but we don't approve an open pond for fire protection. It's frozen, so. If I go on down, there's a recommendation that the township enter into a tanker certified accreditation, the Superior Tanker Shuttle Service. We have not been able to do that up until this time. We have not had sufficient tanker capacity, and we hope to, and within the next month or so, our second tanker will be arriving, and we'll have the ability to do that. But I should point out that this property and the entire village of Goodwood, none of that applies to the Superior Tanker Shuttle. It's too far from any fire hall. Industrial or commercial occupancy has to be located within 5 kilometers of a fire station, and a residence has to be within 8 kilometers. And it doesn't matter regarding our pumping capacity. These properties, none of them are within the distance that's approved for a tanker shuttle. So, with respect to whatever insurance credit someone would get from having a Superior Tanker Shuttle, it does not apply to these properties. There was an ask, a request also, recommendation at the bottom with if council would consider having the fire department tested by Underwriters Insurance. And indeed, we're already in a process with Underwriters. We have been for the last several months. We've made all our applications regarding our training, our capacity, our mechanical records, our fire prevention and public education records and pre-planning. The final piece remaining is for them to come out and do a 3-day site survey of our properties and the township's risk assessment. And I've been holding off on that just because I expect that we are going to do much better than before, but we'll do even better once our second tanker arrives. So I'm just postponing that until it gets on scene, then we can do that. So just to advise you that we already are engaged with Underwriters for some time now. And finally, at the end where it mentions a pond, again, we would not accept a pond as a primary source of firefighting water in any development. So.
Anybody got any questions for Chief? None? Councillor Pop, you go?
You go first.
Go ahead, Will.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Phil. Are we the primary, would we be the first to go out to if there was a problem in Goodwood at that location, or would it be somebody else?
That property is actually almost directly on the dividing line. So 350, Highway 47 is a division between Witcher Stouffville responding and us. We both respond, but they respond first and us second. So it's right on the dividing line. In fact, since that agreement was made, our fire station's actually moved west a kilometer, and so is their main station moved west from their location about another kilometer. So it's almost a straight draw to get to that property.
Okay. And Phil, just with your experience, do we have other buildings of this size, approximately, like fairly large buildings that have a water tank for fire suppression?
Yes, so we have a number. Some opt on their own for insurance reasons to put them in on, and then some we've requested. So I can give you just a short list here I brought with me. So Granite Club Golf Course, Coplandwood Golf Course, Lake Ridge Ski Resort, the Presbyterian Church in Leasdale Road, where the radio station is housed, has one. Pine Valley Packaging has one. Cast Tool, ATL Industries, and then we have 4 large residential occupancies where their insurance companies have made them put them in before they could build. So there's a number of them in town.
So you, from a firefighting perspective, you don't have any concerns with the ability to store water on site if they follow the regulations?
Right. So when they make their application to build,
Yep.
they'll have to fulfill the requirements of the building code, and there'll be a formula there about how much water has to be retained on site for firefighting.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Anybody else got any questions? I just have a couple, Phil. Would this type of a business, dealing with dust and so on, require a sprinkling system inside?
Don't know that the dust isn't usually a reason for having a...
Well, I don't know if it's a higher risk, or I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking. So,
Well, it's a silo system, and they'll be transferring in this.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how dusty it will be, but I mean, there's such a thing as a fire in a silo. I mean, we had one recently in Scugog. That was a grain dryer, but it's in an agricultural building.
so it's not a prerequisite then, as far as... that type
Well,
of thing?
again, that will depend on the nature, the size of the building, the structure of the building, if it's steel or concrete, or how they build it. That's all related, whether it needs to be sprinklered or not.
So if they had a sprinkling, or if it was required, would they need they would need a fire line, I would assume, to
From
power
the
them,
tank,
right?
you're right. So some of these properties in the industrial park south of Uxbridge have a fire pump in them that actually begins the process with a fire reservoir that's on site.
Okay, all right. Any other questions for the chief? No? There being none, thank you. I need a motion on this letter of correspondence. I don't know whether staff can reply to it, or what's the best scenario, Madam Clerk?
Just with this piece of correspondence, why don't we have the fire chief put in writing sort of some of the comments he just made?
Do you wanna make that motion?
Yeah, so like, unless someone has some suggestions on a better way to do it, but we'll put that in writing to make sure that the residents who are concerned about this is one less concern for them. And then,
It might be better if he responds, because as we know, Councillor Beach has declared, so she can't really respond to this, so
Right.
it should be staff, I would assume.
yeah, staff, or it could come from me,
I was
but,
asking who would be the one responding, but...
yeah. But, and then maybe forward to,
Would you mind doing that, Chief? No?
okay,
Thank you.
yes.
Yeah.
I'll give you that
You need
motion.
that motion?
Yeah.
Okay. We don't need a seconder, I don't think. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, thank you. You wanna handle 44 while we're here?
Is that the last thing on your agenda?
That's the other Green Boys,
Oh, yeah.
piece.
Yeah, I'll give you a motion to receive that one.
Receive and refer to planner and applicant? Or do we need to get back to this person too? This is page 321.
There wasn't any,
There's some general comments there, but I'm trying to see who would need to respond to it.
yeah.
Here. I don't think there's anything that we can specifically answer in there.
I think this is more about the look and feel of the community, which then has more to do with the planner and applicant would get back to them, I think.
Okay.
So I'll give you a motion to receive and send to planner and applicant.
Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, I'll hand it back to Mayor Barton for the remainder. Want me to recess planning, Debbie? Okay, thank you.
I'll take the meeting and then pass it over to Bruce for finance. Thanks.
Okay, and I'll call the Finance Committee to order. We'll be going back and forth a little bit, just 'cause Deb loves it when I do that. So we've got some on the original agenda, and then we'll have to switch to the addendum, but we'll start with the original agenda. First item up is the Win Walters request to the Township of Uxbridge regarding, as he called it, Little Sam.
Correspondence 25.
No, I never get to leave the building, let me go get that.
What's 25? No pen. What, sorry, Ingrid, what were you, okay. Okay, so we have an email from Win Walters in relation to the suggestion of his model of Colonel Sam Sharp, and he's looking to see if the township is interested in buying that model. Councillor Hyatt.
Yeah, I looked through my notes. Maybe this is through you to staff. I don't know whether there was any resolution or motion ever made on this. No? I couldn't find one, but maybe I missed something.
Madam Clerk.
So we did look back actually twice. We were speaking with Councillor Beach about it previously, and we did check, and there is nothing. The day that Wynn came in to make the deputation, there was no formal resolution. Now, I recall them discussing it, but there was nothing resolution-wise in the minutes related to us purchasing it.
I don't know.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, just one
Go
last
ahead.
thing. When we did check, though, on the Lucy Maud statue, it actually was,
There was
the
a
resolution was that it come
Yeah,
from the Golf Fund,
that's-
but there was
that's my
nothing
recollection
on
too.
Sam.
So I guess to go back to my original thought, I don't know what other discussion happened between, I'm assuming this means Mayor Malloy, is that who they're referring to here? It just says former mayor, I don't know. Mayor O'Connor? So maybe there was an agreement, or a gentleman's, or gentlewoman's agreement. So I wasn't part of that discussion, but I think Mr. Walters is suggesting here at the end $1,500. So if that's the will of council, then I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair, once the discussion is in.
Councillor Pop.
So, in 2019, the staff that works on the Golf Fund we've slightly tweaked what we look at for doing these, and I'll just give you a little bit from, these are from our notes from Feb 11, 2019, report TR-0519. The general rule is that the Golf Funds will be used to support community events, programs, services, groups, teams, individuals, not-for-profit organizations, or charities within the Township of Uxbridge. However, to events, activities that will benefit from Uxbridge residents and or other communities at the same time. The other thing that we've looked at doing as the Golf Fund is that we've got a maximum upper limit of $1,000, and then outside of that, council would have to make that determination. I think that's pretty much covers everything that we have that's new this year, outside of some of the asks that we ask from the groups when they're being provided with the, which is, we ask them for a report after the fact, and a kind of an indication of partnership with the township at the time.
Okay. Councillor Beach.
Thank you. Just a little bit of background on this request. They came to the historical sites. He came to the Historical Society first, asked for $3,000 for Mini Sam, and then he dropped it to $2,000. And the committee kept saying, no, we don't need it because we have a wonderful Big Sam to look at that everybody can enjoy 24 hours a day. Then he came down to the $1,500 and said, oh, well, and we still said no on the Historical Society because we have Big Sam. And I still believe that, we have Big Sam right here, 24 hours a day, that I really can't see the purpose of spending the money when there's so many other places that we could be spending and using that money productively. And that's just, I just wanted to say that.
Councillor Rono?
Yeah. What is the Little Sam made out of? Is it a... what's it? Is it a bronze? Yeah. Bronze. Okay. I just I don't understand some of this. it says, the $2,000 allocation would cover the cost of the fabrication of the model. The normal cost paid by the Ontario Regiment and another collector is $3,000. What does that mean?
Yeah,
It's a little confusing.
so I think,
That wasn't...
yeah, so I think the standard rate that he's charged other people for the statue is $3,000. He has this one, I think he's looking for a home for it. He's willing to lower the price to see if it fits into our budget, is my guess. I haven't
Okay.
spoken to Mr. Walters on
So
this
this is
at
the
all.
plaster mold that's been bronzed. Is that correct?
I'm not an artist, I'm not sure, but it's a bronze statue.
It's bronze.
I wonder if we could take another approach and, to support Councillor Beach's idea of best use of the funds that we have. If Mr. Walters would be interested in setting it up in here, perhaps beside the small Lucy that we have, and with some recognition that he's donated it. So some notoriety to him, people come in, they see it, maybe other people from out of town, and they'd be interested in engaging with him for future business. It's almost like free advertising or promotion, if you will, and he gets to display his artwork. Is it a chair of finance, or is it,
Well, I would be willing to support it, but if he wants to donate it, by all means, I mean, that's fine too, so.
Sure.
If he was willing to donate it, but if he was just having it here on display and he still owned it, then there's an insurance thing.
Yeah, I agree. It would have to be a full outright donation. My suggestion, Councillor Hyatt, on that vein would be for a response to be sent back to Wynn to say we'd be interested in accepting the donation, to your point, Pam, and in recognition of your generosity, you're welcome to put a small plaque saying so. Could we do that?
We could. Mr. Walters is a pretty key figure. He's done a lot of work with this community for a long time. I think instead of sending correspondence, I think somebody should give him a phone call, just to talk about this and options. That would be that's what I would suggest. Do you want to talk to AVAC about this, Gary?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll speak to AVAC about it. What confuses me a little bit, and this hasn't come to council yet, is when Walters came to library board meeting, and he'd done a very nice plaster whatever, in recognition of in recognition of Alex Hartman, and the cost to bronze it, and it's not a very big item. It's about 1.5 feet by a foot, and maybe a foot high. The cost of bronzing it, that when Walters quoted, was $4,000, which I thought was really high. Now I don't know how big Little Sam is, but there just seems to be a serious disconnect with the costs compared to what we were quoted for the other item.
Yeah, I don't have very much experience. I know bronzing's very expensive, but I have no idea how much it costs.
The difference seems quite large.
So we'd be looking for a motion then so who would be that person who's the most appropriate person to contact them? It's not really a finance issue, quite frankly, it's artistic.
Yeah. So why don't we forward this to the AVAC committee for a suggestion from them to see it's public art, to get their ideas of it, and as part of this motion, I would call Wynn Walters, unless someone else wants to. I would call Wynn Walters and just talk to him after we hear from AVAC.
Fair enough.
Is that fair?
You making that motion?
Sure, I'll make that motion.
Perfect.
I'll just withdraw what I said before that.
That was the motion to buy it. So I prefer this approach. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Oops, 1 second. Okay, thank you. Yeah, just got steered away. Okay, next item up is the, on item 34, page 10, a letter from Heather Moore requesting to use the Sanford Hall for a 4-H meeting at no charge. Councillor Peach, okay, I can see you much better. Where is Todd?
So Todd's shift got rearranged, and he got called in, and he flew in at like 3 o'clock in the morning from vacation. I think his flight also got delayed, so yeah, he couldn't make it. He could have been here for about 25 minutes before he drove to Vaughan.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Anyways, I think we should support this. I'd like to make a motion of support. We've done this before. I think it's a great idea. It supports the 4-H community and the young people, and they're there for about an hour and a half, so I would like to see that continue.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes, I spoke with Heather Moore yesterday, and she can't be here today, so she asked me to say something on her behalf, and we have done this in the past, and I think we should continue to do it. The 4-H Club does a lot of good work with kids.
So, any other questions or comments? So, motion then from Pam to support using the Sanford Hall for meetings at no charge. All in favor?
Further point that she meets with Karen or whatever to organize the times
And necessary insurance is always your
point. It
point.
doesn't really talk about it here. I mean, we're
Okay.
approving it, obviously, but...
So to amend the motion then to contact Karen and make necessary arrangements, including insurance.
Necessary arrangements, yeah.
That sounds great.
Thanks.
And they have their own
Didn't catch
insurance. They have their own insurance.
Excellent. Yeah, Karen will deal with that. Okay, next up then is the reports to committee, reports TR 07-19. Oh, we're going to go to the ones on the top of the addendum then? Want to do that? Okay. So we are into, for anybody following along at home, the addendum that was released. So we have a correspondence from Julia Danos, Director of Intergovernmental Policy Branch, Ministry of Infrastructure, in relation to the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, OCIF. Do you want to speak to that one? So I've just asked Donna to comment about the situation with OCIF.
Okay, so the OCIF grant program has been under review by the province. So we were a bit uncertain as to what we were going to get for 2019. But we did get a letter on Friday to say that there's two components to the OCIF grant. There's the formula funding, and then there's the top-up funding. So the formula funding we've been receiving for the last, I think we've been getting it since 2016. So they did confirm our funding, our formula funding for 2019, and we're going to be getting what we expected to get, which we were informed by the previous government, and that number is $401,871. And then we were also informed that the OCIF top-up component, that program is going to be cancelled. We had applied for a few grants in the past, but we did not receive any funding for it. And then the province has also informed us that the OCIF formula program is still under review. So at this time, they cannot confirm with our allocation would be for years 2020 or 2021, or even if there will be an OCIF program then. So hopefully we'll hear by the end of the year the status of that.
Thank you. So we would need a, oh, go ahead.
Yes, so I'll give you a motion to receive this, and staff are aware of it, so I think a motion to receive is fine.
All right, great. All in favor? Carried. And then related to funding from the province, we have a communications from Vic Fedeli, the Minister of Finance, related to OMPF. And I'm going to give Donna a chance to talk to that one, so I don't say anything.
Okay. So we did receive a notice from the province back in early February, and their notice was a bit unclear, and at the time we interpreted the letter to mean that we would be getting the same funding as we did in 2018. In that notice, the province spoke to the fact that they weren't going to change the structure or the formula to the OMPF grant, but we were notified of our allocation last Thursday. We have received a slight reduction, so it's we're going to be getting about $25,000 less than we got in 2018. So that was a bit of a surprise for us. And again, although they reduced their funding, like their total funding envelope for this program, and then the program is still under review. So we're hoping that early, but before the end of 2019, that we'll have a better idea of what the future of OMPF grant allocations will be for us.
So the net effect, to be a little more Bruce Garrett blunt, is that we didn't receive what we interpreted the letter to say we were receiving, the effect being about $25,000. We're going to have to absorb that within the budgets that have now that we're about to discuss, and it would mean then that we'll just have to work with the various departments to live without that $25,000. Any questions or comments? Then can I just get a motion to receive Mr. Vidali's letter for information? Motion by Councillor Beach.
Just a question, Mr. Chair. How are we reflecting that? If we're talking about the budget now, are those numbers in the revised report that you've done? No?
No. So there's no change in the numbers that we have. We're just recognizing from a reality we're now starting from minus 25,000.
So are we going back to staff to find 23,000
Donna will arrange those
savings?
conversations.
How's that working? So we can't pass the budget today then, or can we?
Yep. Go ahead.
Yep. So the plan is to pass the budget today. You know, already I can see that there are a few savings in the budget.
So we're just
There's
reallocating numbers?
Yeah. So I mean, the budget.
The levy's not going to change.
The numbers within the budget are still estimates. Unfortunately, this one was a bit of a surprise, but it's not a significant amount. I feel confident passing the
tax levy.
No, it's not significant at all. We were quite lucky to just see the reduction.
Thank you.
It's a slight reduction.
We thought it was going to be 20%. Then we thought it was 0%, and then it's a small portion. So we had a motion by Councillor Beach to receive Mr. Vidali's letter for information. All in favor? It's carried. The next up is the issue of the budget itself. So if you can just make sure. Yeah, so we're looking at the revised report of TR 07-19, which is in the addendum. Yeah, we got that. Okay, everybody's on the same page? Everybody knows where we're at? Okay, so just a couple of notes. Some of we've now your attention in discussion item A, that Donna was working through how to when we left last, we were at 4.5%. We discussed a number of items, some of which were added to the budget. Then Donna was charged with crunching those numbers and determining what the final tax levy would be. One of the things that she did, you'll see in item A, was to find funding for the red barn removal and the parking lot that was decided to be put up. And then the building permit fee increased by $10,000. So just wanted to highlight a couple of the points on it. On, excuse me, on the second page, the first full paragraph, says if the Finance Committee approves the attached budget, what the dollar amounts are, you'll see that the reference is then the final amount at the tax levy is 4.86%. I want to be able to point out that 2.62% of that is towards operations. Donna rightfully pointed out that it's at, inflation is about 2%, so we're fairly close to that on the operating budget. I'd liken that then to, our own homes that we're running, and there's some additional costs that have been added into running our operation. And then there's the remainder of the 4.86 is the 2.24 that was towards capital, and you see some examples listed there. So that includes continuing with the asset preservation reserve, the Brock Street culvert, and the discussions that we've had around the aquatic facility. What that turns into in dollars in people's pockets is on the third paragraph that's got the underlined sentence on the Uxbridge portion of your property taxes. So of the Uxbridge portion, we've got the three elements. There's the region, there's the province for education, and then the township's portion. That's looking at a $70 increase on a MPAC assessed value home of $525. You know, it's a pet peeve of mine, but we've got to use the MPAC assessed value for discussion purposes, keep the playing field level with other municipalities. So that turns into, for round numbers, $6 a month increase to pay towards the township. You'll see also, once we build in the additional part, we have had to make an assumption here. The region has said they have not finalized their budget. Its target is 2.2%. If it comes in at that, and that the education tax is as expected, the overall increase for that MPAC assessed average home of $525,000 is $156. So the net of all 0.8% overall increase to their municipal taxes. One of the parts I want to bring in, and I know this is, in fairness, probably the third time we've talked about it, the little chart that Donna has included says department and then item. The really important part, and I think we're taking a hard look at all projects now, regardless of where they've started and how long they've been around, is that these are not approved. Each one of, they're in the budget, but each one will be presented to council with final numbers proposed with it. As each one comes in over time, then if it's different than the number that we're working from, or if as we're doing the project, I'll use the new generator as an example, it's X dollars and it turns out to be X plus amount because of additional scope that's found during the project, then it's coming out of the one pot of money, and it could subsequently mean that another project further down gets delayed into another year. There's a reference at the bottom of the page to OMPF, and that we have roughly 25,000, so 25,600 less than we had in 2018. We've talked about that already. Excuse me. One thing I would just like to add is that we're required to look from a two-year perspective. One of the things I've learned during this process is typically a lot of things get pushed out, as we've had to do, because we can't afford to do it all, and that normally the following year's budget, the 2020 budget in this example, would have a very early estimate of a very large increase, often a double-digit increase. With all the prudence that we've applied and the number of projects that we have taken on and some that have been delayed, next year's is slightly over 5% at this point. So we're nowhere near finalizing that. I don't want to say that a 2020 increase would be 5%, but it just recognizes that we have not pushed a lot of things into, we'll worry about it in 2020, and now we're dealing with a large number. So we're in, going forward, I would just say that we're in a good position as we start this process again for 2020, which Donna was just reminding me is only 6 months away till we start that process. I can't wait. So getting to the, unless you have any questions or comments, Mayor Dave.
Yes, we're hearing almost every day now about new infrastructure grants, new funding coming from the province and the feds. I just want to make sure that we're all aware that we need to make sure we take advantage of money when it comes available. So we're going to pass this budget today, but if all of a sudden there's an opportunity where we can pave 10 kilometers of additional gravel roads or do something that we've been waiting to do for a long time because it's the best financial move to do so, we need to be flexible with our budgeting, and we may have to pass another budget. What's that?
Amend the budget, it would be the issue. So.
But again, however we do that from a logistical standpoint, we need to make sure, in the past, one of my pet peeves was there'd be a great opportunity for funding 80% in one case, and we turned it down because it wasn't approved in the budget. we need to make sure if all of a sudden we can get 80% funding on a pool, we need to take advantage of that kind of opportunity.
Well, and the solution to that, I completely agree with it, might be similar to that little chart, reallocating.
Right.
Don't do that project because we've got a chance to use those same dollars and multiply it times X-fold, so.
Exactly.
Okay.
We need to, just like we all do in our own homes, we need to take advantage of things when they become available.
When a coupon comes in the mail.
Exactly. And I would say like, hey, I'm not planning on buying a Porsche any day soon, but if all of a sudden I can get one for $30,000 instead of $150,
you might have one.
There might be a different car parked in my spot.
Before we go to four recommendations, I probably don't need to read them out, but somebody could take that, make a motion for those recommendations. Councillor Hyatt? We don't need to read them out, Deb? They're all there? Okay. All in favor? Carried.
I don't know, did you vote?
Voted, yeah.
I just want to thank you and Donna for doing all this, because it's been a lot of pre-work, I know, and it's probably you had your hair pulling out. You're like a little baller than you started off. Donna always looks great. I
think he's shorter now.
I refer to it as
you're a little shorter too. But
I'm a little grayer.
No, you've done a bang-up job, Bruce, and being the first year in this position, you get full marks for it. And you have Donna to bail you out anyway.
That's true, yeah. And thank you for the comment. I'll just add to it. You see me lean over regularly. I've had a lot of help through this process, and from Donna in particular, from the first day I walked in, which was a month before we actually started the job. But from others as well, Dave and others have provided comment along the way. So it's been a steep learning wall, but it's what I signed up for. So it was interesting. Speaking of in my left ear, I'll be right with you. So what we'll do is there's the press release. So just taking a pause here just for a moment. The press release has been prepared. What I'd like to do is just take the second to share that with the press and with each of you as well, so we'll all have the same information. And then if there are any questions, we'll do that. Well, let me just go through, if you don't mind, the entire finance agenda, and then we'll get to that. Switch. Yeah, there's extras. They can be shared. It's all public. Sorry, I'm just getting back to back onto the original agenda. There's a lot to be said for paper. Yeah, there we go, thanks. Okay. I'm just going back to, Deb, just to make sure we're on the same page, I'm going back to the original agenda now, okay? So report TR 08-19, the tax it's all the way down to page 201. If you want to click and scroll down that far. And it's just, I think it's a great report recognizing the need to be careful when we're managing cash. So I think the two recommendations are self-evident. Just need a motion then to receive the information and that we approve the revised cash deposit policy as adopted.
I'll give you that.
Made by Mayor Barton. All in favor? Carried. It's got to be an easier way.
Okay.
Next
Pump
one.
chart.
There we go. There we go. Next one up then is report PR 02-19 regarding the pump park. Right, so I think we were just going, go ahead.
Yeah, we have some concerns with that report at this time. Staff will meet to discuss the report again this week, and you should end up with an amended report next week.
Okay, do you want us to table that, or?
Table it.
Okay, I'll give you a motion to table.
Table it, okay. All in favor? It's carried. Next one is report PW 0-16/19 regarding the sweeper that we've talked about a number of times. A recommendation there is that council approves the purchase of the 2017 Elgin Eagle to get on with sweeping our streets. Motion by Councillor Hyatt.
Just
I'm
another question.
sorry, that was a question.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to, or approve the recommendation, just through you to Ben. Are we keeping the old one as a backup? Is that the plan here? No, we'll sell it. You're selling it? So when's that happening, or is that gonna be reflected anywhere? I think when Bill was in here, he said they were gonna keep the older one as a backup or something. Maybe I misunderstood.
I don't believe so. I think we'll sell it at an auction.
All right. I'll move the recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Make that motion from Councillor Hyatt. All in favor? Carried. Into unfinished business. Again, I'll take any questions in just a couple of minutes. Page 210 is the Jennifer Ashley Children's Charity Annual Auction and Dinner Gala. I'm not familiar with what's happened in the past on that.
So, I don't think anyone's supported this. I don't think we've ever been before, that I'm aware of. But this is a charity that's head office is in Uxbridge. I think it's important that we support things like this. It's an expensive one. So if there's a member of council that would like to go, I would certainly support sending them.
Could we make a recommendation to agree to purchase 2 tickets? Would that be appropriate? I don't know what the right way is.
Yeah, I think that'd be appropriate.
Okay.
I'll give you that motion, and then we'll figure out who can go.
Who that is? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that
We need to make sure we use these.
Yeah, yeah. May 9th. Okay, motion then to agree to purchase 2 tickets for the Jennifer Ashley Children's Charity Gala. So Dave made that motion?
Yeah, I'll make it.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. And next item then is the reports we see quite regularly, the accounts payable for the period of February 28th to March 13th, 2019. Just need a motion to receive that, made by Councillor Beach. Any questions before, sorry Pam, but any questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Pop.
On page 215, there's a payment to John Rodich, payment of agreement. Just top line agreement. Do we know that part?
I think it's rent. Because part of the agreement is that we pay his rent while he's out. So there was a schedule for that. Is that, I'm guessing that's what it is, Deb? Or Ingrid? Yes, okay, it's rent.
Can I go to a motion then to receive, oh,
think you
Pam
got
made that, thank you. Thanks. Thank you. No, I'm not forgetting you this time. All in favor? Carried. So then before we close, unless I missed something, Deb, because I usually do. No? Got them all? Okay. Yeah, so before we close then, any questions from the press on anything from the Finance Committee?
Yes, Councillor. In Ms. Condon's report, she has that little chart down towards the end, some projects that are not final, and included in that is the new animal shelter. Is there a possibility that new animal shelter is not going to be built this year?
I would put that in the same category as every other one on there. So we need to further flesh out the details on the financials related to the animal shelter, and then decisions have to be made for it like any other, whether it goes ahead or not.
Thank you.
Questions from the public? No? Okay. At that, then I'll close the Finance Committee meeting and hand it back to Mayor Dave.
Okay. I'd like to open Tourism, Heritage, and Community Program Committee. Reports to committee. Report RC 01-19 of Amanda Ferrero, Director of Community Services, re Huck Finn Youth Fishing Day. Can I just ask if I can have Amanda come to the front? Okay. If anybody has any questions for her about this report. Okay.
Willie, the BIA are involved in this event. Are any of the local shopkeepers actually putting up booth space or anything like that at this event?
So we spoke about it in our last meeting, which was week before last, and I don't think they've approached anybody about it yet. It is kind of close to time. They are looking to get people involved. Pat Higgins actually made his, he came in and talked to us about the event at that time, so it's kind of, at this stage, we're looking to get some people coming in, but it's still TBD who will be coming in and doing that.
Excellent. Thanks. That's my only question.
Any other questions? Gord.
Through you, are the COs coming this year? We had one or two last year.
It will depend. They've got some new restrictions this year of where they can travel and so we're hoping.
So we don't know at this point?
And it's also the first day, well, it's first day of fishing, but I think it's also first day of turkey season as well, so. Anyway, we've requested and we hope that they come.
Yeah, because just for the reasons that you've stated, you know, we've had some issues in the past, as you know, so.
So do we have somebody to receive? Yes.
I'll move the recommendations.
Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. The next report is RC dash 02-19, Amanda Ferrero, Director of Community Services, re Foster Memorial Rentals. Any questions? Yes.
So this fosters a tremendous asset, right? We're fortunate to have it. We know it's quite expensive, and from my perspective, the more people we get in that building, the better. We know we've got the Friends of the Foster who run their Friday night concerts.
Yes.
But I think anything we can do to encourage people to use this building helps us all, right? It helps from a tourism perspective. It helps spread the cost over more people entering the building. So I would add a recommendation there to have staff work out any issues from an insurance standpoint, from a staffing perspective, make sure that the rates to use the building whenever possible. We had an I'm sure we can figure it out.
I'd like to hear from Amanda about that.
Yeah, I think in the recommendation number 2, that we allow, like we could provide the option of staffing an event, would provide one layer of protection for the building. I think we just want to make sure that we always have someone present at that facility at all times that is looking after the actual building and not just an event that would happen without that.
And what would typically the cost of having a staff member there, that we would just add that to the
We would add that to the cost of renting, so it would probably be similar to what we do up at the museum, where if we're renting the facility, that we would add a staffing cost to that as well. So it could be like a $30 charge. I'd have to go back and look and see what it is, but it would be per hour, and it would be an opening and closing sort of scenario. The difficult part we'll have is to find somebody who would be willing to do that, say on a Saturday night. We'll have to have a real look at that.
Yes.
Through you, could you define a small group function? Are we talking numbers? Are we talking the type of function?
Well, specifically when we're talking about small group, we've got quite a few pieces at that facility that, would enforce that. One is parking. Parking is very limited. 2 is a single washroom with a holding tank.
Right.
So again, the
So
numbers
are we
need to be...
capping it based on numbers? Is that what we're doing?
We would definitely need to obviously look at what the, foster can hold, but the duration and period of time, like, Friday night, the foster concerts are an hour, right? And so you're not looking at a whole
So
bunch
we-
of people having to use that washroom. So it's gonna be kind of on the basis of, like, if you're there for 4 hours and you have 100 people, then you can guarantee everybody's gonna have to go to the washroom.
Yeah.
It's a holding tank, it's not a septic system.
So are you gonna define that in the agreement, or how are you gonna handle it?
What we're gonna do is we would like to have that flexibility where we say that, only allow small group functions, so that could be, looked at per event. And, that we also look at that the group using it would pose no risk to the foster. So just having that little bit of staff flexibility that they could, I mean, if they're unsure, then I'm sure the request will come here to council. But if the staff, can make that decision by themselves, then I think that they would be able to designate what small would mean and, pose no risk.
Because you mentioned
between-
the foster, concerts that they do, like they could get 100 people out, even if it is for an hour. Like, I don't know what small group is, but you could have 20 people out and produce less waste, if you will,
Yeah.
than the 100 people for an hour. So I'm not clear on how you're differentiating.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at the Friends of the Foster group, they're really good at making sure that they only take what they know they can handle at that site. Where we find more difficulty is somebody coming in and saying, without that event, sort of lens where you know the facility, you know the site. I think that's where we worry more about, what small versus large means, so,
So how
just...
do you decide, I guess? Or
Well, I
so
think that you would let staff decide what would small
like,
be.
to go to Dave's point, I mean, obviously we want to get as many bodies through the door as possible, but again, there's a limit on it, so how do you decide what's too much and what isn't, I guess. Anyway, I'll leave that up to you, maybe you want to think that through, but I agree with where you're going with it. I just think you have to be careful on how you pick and choose, rock concerts versus
Right.
string ensemble. I don't know, one can be as loud as or as damaging as the next. So.
Councillor Pop?
Through you to Amanda, when we say staff, who are we looking at? Would we consider bylaw being there? Like, when I look at what's within the building as it's outlined there, it kind of concerns me a little bit, and I agree that we probably should have somebody there. It also, depending on what type of an event it is, we probably need to have somebody that's accustomed to kind of looking after property per se, and I don't know who that would be, but I just thought I would ask.
Yeah, we would have to certainly train, X amount of staff that would be willing to do this. So at this point, we haven't even looked at who would be willing to do this, but I agree, like, you probably want somebody who's 18 and over, an adult, who's comfortable, with, saying, I need you to close this event down. So definitely there'd be training that we've evolved in this. So we've been very fortunate that any sort of request we've had for this facility, we've been able to use the Friends of the Foster to actually supervise. So adding an extra layer would have to be staffing, and we'll have to see if there's even anyone willing to do that. So we haven't gone to that next stage yet.
Sorry, just further to that, I'm assuming we would probably pass on the cost to the people that we're renting. Would you foresee this as becoming cost prohibitive to people that might want to rent?
It could be. I mean, we do charge for staff at the museum, so it's something that we do. We have done that in the past, and people will pay to have staff there. What we prefer to do is some of these, say, concerts. If they're larger in nature, we prefer them to go to the music hall and use that great facility and increase it there. So just having those resources to say small versus large, where's the best place to put you?
Amanda, what is the number of people that could be in the Foster?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I want to say it's 100, but I'd have to check the fire code. There is only X amount of seats available, and I think it's in that 70 to 100 range, but
Okay.
I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. But I think it is imperative that we have some staff or somebody extra because of the value of the building inside, because I think you had said to me that in the past, when there hasn't been somebody there, that people would come in and start to try to peel off the gold.
Yeah, there's little gold tiles that are part of the mosaic, and this is going, well past, before I was there. But when we used to allow tours to happen up there without staff, then people would actually pick off little pieces of the gold mosaic. So there's definitely things that people can do that you might not even notice right away. It's something that, it is a building that we need to protect and make sure that no damage is done to it.
Okay, so how do you want us to move forward with this report? How do we balance the need to allow people to use it with protecting the building and not necessarily only limiting it to the Friends of the Foster accessing it?
Yeah, and that's why I made sure that I added staff there. So in recommendation number 2, it's supervised by staff or the Friends of the Foster. Okay. So as we start to get, we've only had, actually we got the first request today. We heard rumors that we might get a request. We got the first request today. So, this allows us to say, okay, what do you need? What can we provide? Yep. And then once we get a request, then we can field that request. And if we can't do it, then we can't do it. But then we can move on with each request as a separate entity and see how many that we can actually successfully do within the means that we already have.
Okay. So I'd give you a motion to move the recommendations after all that discussion.
Just one more question. I know tourism has said, how can they help with the Foster advertising it for use or for tours? Is there any limitation that perhaps the tourism committee doesn't know about that we should consider? If you could think about that and get back to Lisa so that she could bring that up at our next meeting, that would be amazing, because perhaps there's some things that, we might be able to do a little bit more through tourism for the Foster.
Yeah, I know that Lisa, with the tourism lens, is looking at more opportunities to get more people up there. And this report will not hinder that at all.
Okay,
so we are still looking at bus companies and increasing weddings and those kinds of things.
Good.
So we're still looking at increasing revenue, opportunities, and exposure for the Foster, and this report won't hinder that.
Okay. So, yes, Councillor Hyde.
Just a further question. Could 2 and 3 be merged, Amanda? So the committee only allows small group functions or film crew rentals that pose no risk to the facility and can be supervised by staff and or friends. Does it make sense to combine those 2 together? Or are you saying that film crew is exempt from having a staff?
No, film crews still have staff or
So it seems like you're kind of saying the same thing twice there.
I think the key extra piece there was pose no risk to the facilities.
Pose no risk.
There are really good film crews, and there are some that may not be as heritage minded. And so I think the key part to that was that those small groups and film crews pose no risk to the facility. So that's kind of why I separated the 2.
Okay.
Any other questions? And so, Mayor Barton, what was your...
My motion was to move the recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor? Thank you. Any unfinished business? Any other business? Press? Hi, Moya. Okay. Audience? Okay, I'd like to close tourism, heritage, and community program. Pass it on to Parks, Facilities, and the Arena Committee.
So Bruce offered, but did you talk to Todd or no? I did not. Okay.
Councillor Rowan has vice.
Oh, okay. Gary, do you want to take this one then? No, Parks, Facilities, and Arena. Do you want to take this part, or do you want, or Bruce can take it? It's up to you. Okay. Perfect.
Okay, so open up then for Parks, Facility, and Arena, committee meeting and stand-in for Todd. There's only the one report and relates to the Township of Uxbridge Trail Mandate. Just a short report there. You see that there's a proposed, you can read for yourself, the Trails Mandate for the term of this council. Any comments? Herbert?
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was a really fair mandate. It balanced the need to maintain our current trails. They understand that we're looking for revenue, and with this committee, I think they can work within that mandate and do some great work. Also, keep in mind that any capital improvements and any budgets run through us anyway. So if there's concerns with the focus on building or expanding instead of maintenance.
Councillor Pop?
I think further to that, so Councillor Beach and I were at the past meeting with him where Bob was in attendance, and so was, I believe, Amanda was in attendance as well. I'm okay with, I do like their mandate, but what I would like to do is, as we look at this, I think is we need to be to make sure that we're on the same page year over year with them. I think Dave's comment was pretty close to it. Just that we need to make sure that as we look at our timelines and their mandate, that this syncs up with our investments, 2019, 2020, so on and so forth. And it's kind of broad here. We just need to make sure, and perhaps we have Bob come up and speak to. I don't want to put you on the spot, Bob, but just your thoughts on looking at it from that lens and asking them for that type of commitment as we look at their mandate.
If I could just build on that, Councillor Pop, just while you're getting settled, Bob, so the recommendations have come from the volunteer committee, that's okay.
Yeah, so I think Mayor Barton basically hit it on the head there when he said we have control as far as everything that they do is going to go through the process here through budget. The mandate was put together. They are a keen group, so it probably is quite elaborate. They've done in the past as well as what they're looking to do in the future, but as far as projects, they all come through the committee. Funding has to be approved through staff and council and so forth.
Go ahead.
Yeah. In the past, council would say there will be no new trails. And I think to say something like that to this group when we're trying to make connections to things like the Fields of Uxbridge or to new development is a mistake. So to set really stringent options for them to move forward, I think is a mistake. I think this is a really good balanced approach. And again, we've given some clear direction that we're looking for revenue and ways to get that. And again, with this group and the talent that we've got there, I believe they'll be able to move forward.
As I look through it, I'm seeing more about expansion, forecasting, cost estimating. It seems very growth oriented. To your point about past council saying no limiting or zeroing growth, it seems to me we've got it in this year's budget. Very expensive to maintain. I think we need some additional wording in here to prioritize the maintenance of existing trails before we start thinking about forecasting and assisting with budgeting and applying for grants for new trails. I feel there's something missing in here that let's look after what we have before we even think about expansions.
So...
Go ahead, I'm just reading here at the same time.
So again, in the case of the Maple Bridge Trail, you know, that is one that we topped up. It was a trail that could only be used at limited times of the year because it was so wet. There was a large project to put down gravel, and a member of our committee owned a large construction company and was instrumental in finding ways to move forward with that, understanding exactly what to ask for to get this trail up to standard. That's what's great about this committee is the people that are on it and their expertise.
Well,
So from a costing perspective, that's a big part of this. Now this is a keen group. They will help us maintain trails and move forward with that and save us huge hours of staff time by volunteering. But they have a vision for what this could be, and I think you won't get one without the other.
Well, and I'm okay with that. I'm just not seeing it. I'm not seeing the maintenance. I'm not seeing the word accessibility. I'm not seeing age-friendly focus. My sense is this needs some enhancement before we accept it. I'm not against the idea of continued growth, if that makes sense, but we have to look after the basics first. Go ahead, Councillor.
Well, two things. Well, maybe more than two things, but from a budget construction subcommittee perspective, assisting in forecasting trail maintenance and new trail building requirements, they do talk about estimates about it. I think what's here, or what maybe perhaps what's not here, is in conjunction, like we talk Fields of Uxbridge as one piece. And maybe what we're missing in this is in conjunction with township vision and focus as needed. I agree with Councillor Garrett from the perspective of it doesn't talk to accessibility and it doesn't talk to, you know, kind of like an age-friendly type of trail and stuff like that. I don't think we've married the groups up yet together to kind of get to that point with it. I think that we need to have the lens of budget and our township perspective, like Bob was talking to, but I also think that in there, to your point, and we probably have to have it across a couple different ways, active transport, age-friendly have to kind of work together on their pieces. Active transport was going to share their information with trails. There's been an email back and forth, I think, from your side too, in your committee with Age Friendly, that they're looking to do that. So there is an expectation that it's coming. But I'm not sure accessibility has talked to it with other groups either.
My sense is it's a good first draft. I don't think it's complete. Councillor Hyatt?
I hope you're not asking for a consultant for this.
No.
Knew that was coming.
So
I was expecting a smack in the back of the head coming.
I guess, and you know, from my own opinion, I sat on Trails Committee for over 8 years. I mean, it's leveraging the initial work that they do. Like, a lot of it is going to fall to park staff to do the heavy hauling on some stuff. We're very lucky right now that we have people on that committee, and you've alleged to them, that are able to add, you know, value to this. You know, down the road, if those people retire or whatever from the committee, the lion's share is going to fall on Bob's department to either maintain and or create or modify some of these. So I think where you're going here is trying to create linkages between what we have now, and we've been very successful so far. To blaze a new trail, if I can use a pun, in a different direction, I think requires further thought, and maybe that's where you're going. Accessibility should be a huge part of this. They say promote walkability. I don't know if that's what they mean by that. So, but you're right, to Councillor Pop's point, all these groups have to sort of focus part of their itinerary on the trails. We're the trail capital of Canada, so we got to put our money where our mouth is. You know, if it's talking about active transportation or making it accessible for people who have mobility problems, then maybe that's something that we can push back to this committee and have them working on specific sections of trails or whatever that need upgrades. And then as Bob stated, it has to come back through him anyway to make sure that it's being done properly. So it's a good first draft, and I agree with that, but maybe moving forward we want to be, you know, not only getting the information from them, but providing them with direction as to how we think they should be moving ahead. So
I'd be looking for a recommendation to refer it back to get some enhancements around the areas that has been addressed here.
So, I sat on the accessibility committee. It's something very, very important. We have to keep in mind that we want to make our trails as accessible as possible. But if we also have to look at the cost lens on this, and we have some perfectly accessible trails, the ones through Elgin Park, the walkway along Elgin Pond, our Trans-Canada Trail heading northeast is quite accessible, but nothing is completely accessible, right? And you add accessibility to our trails committee, and it means that any new trails become incredibly expensive, because you can't do both. You can't run at a budget and have fully accessible trails as a linkage.
I don't think that's being suggested. I don't think we're saying make all trails fully accessible. I just think we need to recognize that some are, and going forward we need to continue to focus on that. And I think we're just trying to broaden the look. Rather than people who are able-bodied and in great shape and able to do all these things, we need to expand it to people with accessibility issues, people with aging issues, people with strollers. To be able to say, broaden the focus. And I still want to see something in here about maintenance. Go ahead, Councillor Coe.
Just further to Dave's point, the accessibility committee was pretty happy to hear that the Kettle Pond Trail is somewhat accessible, given that it's paved. So I think that it's about having the right lens and pointing in the right directions for the assets that we do have that would work in the right that would work properly for those different groups that we have committees for. I think that when we met, Bob can attest to this, when we said that there's going to be direction from council that we cover our bases with regards to any and all projects that we have out there, that we have to look after the ones that we already have in place first before we can consider moving forward with anything new. That was clearly told to them. And from Dave Walker, he said, I think that what the council is telling us is that we have to get our ship in order before we can look at doing other things. So I think that, what I'll do is I'll make a recommendation on this front then is that I'll make a recommendation that we bring it back to the Trails Committee and ask them to have a lens with regards to, sharing information perhaps across active transport and accessibility, and then, to come back with a somewhat refined mandate.
All in favor of Councillor Pop's recommendation? Motion? Okay, 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
there was a motion on the floor by Mayor Barton already.
Oh, and what was my motion?
To
To
adopt the
support?
recommendation.
Yeah, and, so, yeah, and we can vote that down. I'm just, my concern here, you're asking for them to work closer with active transportation. I'm looking, there's multiple times in this mandate where they talk about working with active transportation. You talk about highlighting maintenance, and there's multiple places talking about maintenance. I don't know, I can see them wanting to tweak it a little bit, but keep in mind, by asking this to be tweaked, we may have just added 10 hours of work to our committee when it's pretty close. Imagine with our age-friendly community, there's 43 recommendations on their proposal, I think, 43-ish. If we went into detail on every one of those 43, again, we're taking them away from doing what they do best. I just, and I know I'm disagreeing with the majority of council here, but I think to try and pull this committee away from their mandate to tweak some wording in here that they have mentioned already that goes along with what we've asked them to do, I struggle with. But
okay, go ahead.
Quick question to the staff. Have we got an approved long-term capital and maintenance plan for the trails that we currently have? I.e., what needs to be done exactly what year and what that strategy of the previous council was that we need to make sure that we've got the funds available to address the things that need to be done. So I can't recall if the previous council ended up adopting that long-term capital and maintenance strategy for the trails. Can either one of you advise if that actually got approved? I can't recall.
Within the capital forecast, they've now gone and highlighted all the projects for the next 10 years. So there is a capital plan for trails, looking after the assets that we have and, you know, specifically looking at some of the pieces that we know are going to need to be done in the next 5 to 10 years.
Is there also an approved maintenance plan in regards to our trails, i.e. we're spending money on them, that we're putting in the right amount of maintenance to ensure that the investment that is made is being looked after?
Yes, and that's a really important piece that's happened in the last 2 years, is that more money is in the operating budget specifically to look after the trails. So that's one area where I see that this committee has really done a great job of, you know, picking a project every year that is looking at, say, the Maple Bridge Trail last year. This year it's going to be the UN Brookdale Trail. So just making sure that they're always looking at, okay, what's the next trail that needs work? And then each year, from an operating standpoint, making sure that we are looking after the trails that we already have. And if I could just quickly go to that mandate, the first bullet is all the first paragraph is all about continue to upgrade and maintain existing trails. So, you know, reword it and say maintain existing trails and upgrade. I mean, that might have highlighted it a little bit more, that whole paragraph is about maintenance. And then when the budget and subcommittee paragraph, that's also mostly about maintenance. Like that whole piece there is about trail maintenance. The cost estimates, those are all about, you know, how to, like the Maple Bridge Trail as a great example, how do we go about fixing that trail within a set budget? Like what can we do? There's a good chunk of volunteer work that went into that trail. You know, what can we do with the Parks Department? What can we do with the volunteers? And what do we need a contractor to do? So a lot of that is where that cost estimating comes in. If it's too cost invasive to have a contractor company do it, what can we do within the Parks Department and the volunteers? So that, maybe that paragraph kind of needs to say maintenance, budget, construction. I think that word construction might have scared you, and I can see that. But some of the trails do need reconstruction. And again, the Maple Bridge Trail is a perfect example, because we actually had to reconstruct several pieces of that trail, putting like mini culverts in and such, just to make that trail work so it would drain better. So I think, you know, adding age-friendly is a great word to add. Accessible, being cautious. I know that in the 10-year forecast, they would like to look at the Quaker Common Trail as being accessible. So they do have that lens of what can we make accessible, what makes sense. So I know that they always look to where it makes sense to do those things. But definitely age-friendly is a great word to add to this mandate. And, you know, maybe in that trail development piece, you could say promote walkability and accessibility where it makes sense, or, you know, the proper word for that. But
I'm sure
maybe
based on
around
the
there it
motion,
could be there.
the committee will come back with some massaging that the council has agreed needs to be there. So, okay.
Yeah, you
Great.
could do that.
Thank you.
Maybe through you to Amanda then. So based on the motion that I put forward, are you comfortable with, I mean, you've sat on the Trails Committee for a while.
Yes.
Are you comfortable with that we can get that from the team, that what we're looking for? I personally, I think we do, but I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I think we could make some small tweaks to this, and the committee would be very happy about doing that, and maybe even just rewording a couple things so it has a bit more maintenance lens on it. I think their intention was to have it as a maintenance lens, They just might have not worded it,
Maybe just some wordsmithing.
yeah, a little highlighted a bit more, yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you. Any unfinished business? Other business? Then I'll close the Parks Facility and Arena Committee meeting and recommend we eat lunch. Moya, any questions?
So I believe my motion was to, it's a good question, it's about 5 minutes ago now, add in accessibility and age-friendly to the, where appropriate within the trails mandate. And I think that was pretty much it.
Just from Amanda's discussion, I'm pretty sure you got the message, so I think we're good. So, okay. Yeah, sorry, Moya, any questions?
Sorry, I think that was my question. So does that motion stand to send it back, or is it, okay, so it's going back to the, thank you.
Yep. Any questions from the public? I'd like to make a recommendation that we pause and get some food. Okay, so we'll come back at, can I get a motion for that? I guess that's yours to do. Okay. No, it's, yeah. Yeah, we did. Okay. All right, so we'll come back at, what does that say, so half an hour? Come back at 1:45.
Gary, use your mic.
Okay, I open the Environment and Sustainability Committee. There are 3 items of correspondence, which I guess we can receive.
Okay, so I'll receive the first one, item number 35, it's from Incoca about the amendment to the road plan. I'm going to go through see that.
And all those in favor? Yeah.
Give you a motion on 36, Mr. Chair.
On 30.
Motion to receive 36.
36, you mean 32?
It's on page number 36.
Oh, no, number 36, okay.
Okay, on number 36, would you take a friendly amendment, Councillor Hyatt? That we forward a copy of this to our environmental committee?
That's fine.
For comment?
Call vote.
And all those in favor?
Carried.
And 37, page 234, motion to receive.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it. Do we want to discuss this at all?
Is Tom on the sustainability?
Yeah.
committee?
Yeah.
He is.
Sure.
Mr. Chair? Can I just give some background on this?
Pardon me?
Give some background on this?
Sure.
Okay, so correspondence item 37 from Tom Fowle. The reason this has come in is I did, when council decided, or committee, I can't remember which one it was at the time, anyways, when they were appointing of what used to be the Watershed Advisory Committee to the Environmental Committee, looking at possibly expanding the role of I let Tom know that information only from the perspective of we were going to be sending out letters to these committee appointments, and it's going to say Environmental Committee, previously Watershed Advisory Committee. So I just wanted him to know that so he wasn't caught off guard. So that's kind of what has generated this letter.
That's the old name.
That's the old name. So, and the reason for this is we are going to need advice on environmental issues moving forward. What I didn't want is them coming back, and because they're the most educated people we have for the most part in the community. So I wanted to be able to ask some questions that weren't only about watershed, but might have a little bit more scope. Things like this drinking water issue or something else. So that was the reason to have it a little bit broader focus. And I found, sitting on that committee for 3 years, I found occasionally they would say, well, that's not really our mandate. So I thought that would broaden their mandate to allow us to seek their knowledge on other options.
Plan that it'll stay as an environmental or stay as watershed?
Well, that is the new name now, Environment Sustainable, yeah.
So is he saying that they shouldn't be taking that on? Is that where he's going?
I think he's saying that their mandate was broad enough.
Well, it's really splitting hairs, isn't it?
Like, I think we should keep it as the environmental committee because there's too many things that are coming up at the present time and probably coming up even more in the future that we have to consider to have a wider lens on that.
Could you combine the two, environment and watershed? Or does he want watershed in there? Is that what he's alleging to?
Thanks.
Because they are related, as you know.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting
Yeah.
on conservation.
So I met him. Yeah, I met him. I don't think this is a huge critical issue for him because we spoke for, I don't know, 15 or 20 minutes last week, and this didn't come up. So I think we just receive it, but just want to make sure the discussion happened.
Yeah, it covers everything, I think.
Okay.
And it's pretty broad range.
Okay, so I'll give you a motion to receive then, Gary.
All those in favor? Is there any other business?
Nope.
Okay, then I close the Environmental and Sustainability Committee.
Okay. You, buddy.
Yep. Open up the Public Works and Active Transportation Committee. We have correspondence, item number 38, Region of Durham to Frank Denton, Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority, City of Vancouver Single-Use Items Reduction Strategy, page 235. I believe if you scroll through it, there was some recommendations on there, moving to 237, the works received for information. Anybody, any discussion on this item?
So, yeah, I sat and we've discussed this at length at the region. At the same time, the province are talking about, you know, a possible ban on single-use plastics. I think we as Uxbridge should follow the lead of the province and region and support what they're up to. I don't think we should be trying to push them in one way or one direction or the other. Gord, what are your thoughts? You sat through half of that.
Yeah, I would support this. I think they're looking for endorsement, not just a receipt of information.
Okay. Just further to that, the BIA talked about this in their meeting the other night, looking at businesses to look at Uxbridge trying to get on the map as one of the first ones to look into removing plastics and single-use items. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. The one thing that I thought about it a lot at the region as well, we have a different waste stream than most because we have the incinerator. I think part of our direction should be what is the most cost-effective solution in Durham region for single-use plastics. So things like the containers from Swiss Chalet versus containers from Harvey's, right? Whether it's plastic or paper or whatever, there should be a made in Durham solution that's the most cost-effective for us, that then we communicate to our business communities that this is the easiest for us to deal with. There's some, I don't know if you guys are aware, if you've been reading, but there's significant changes to recycling now because China and other countries are banning recyclables as an import. So things are changing drastically right now. So a time to ban single-use plastics makes a bit of sense right now.
Yeah, just to add to that point, I think we're forgetting too that the population of Durham Region is supposed to double in the next 20 years. So where's that garbage going to go? I think we need to start focusing on that now.
Okay. So what do we want to do with this?
Make a motion.
I don't think I think he just provided him.
I'll make a motion to support.
Okay. Motion from Councillor Hyatt to support. Those in favor? Carried. I think we have one in an addendum as well. I think we've already spoke to that with Scott Grieve, item number 53, which we've already dealt with, right? Okay. Is there any unfinished business or other business? We will close the Public Works and Active Transport. Sorry? Oh, sorry, Moya. Any questions? The last one that I just spoke to was the item 53 on the addendum. This one was page 235. The City of Vancouver. You're welcome.
Just to echo what I said this morning, I think we need to publicly endorse our Public Works Department because they've done an awesome job in this whole flooding scenario. And again, I just reinforce what we said this morning. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ben.
And give them our thanks.
Okay, under public...
Tell you a little story?
Sure.
We're good for stories. It's not going to cost us anything.
After your weekend, you can do whatever you want. Well, within reason.
So, the pumping station in Goodwood, I have it all kind of wired up with alarms. So, about midnight Friday night, I got a call, and it was a high water alarm. So, the one pump will start at a certain water level. Then, if it can't keep up and the water keeps going, comes on, and that's when I get the call. So the second pump was on. And on my way down, I get another call from them saying that I have another alarm if the pumps are running on. So I get that one about 1 o'clock before I get down there. I get down there, and the ditch was about 3 feet from the top. It was almost full. And I'm thinking, oh, one of the pumps isn't working, because that's the only time I've ever seen that ditch full was when the same thing, 10 degrees, pouring rain, snow melt, and I get a call and the one pump wasn't working. So I opened up the panel, both pumps are working, and it's still 3 feet from the top. So I told them to put a hold on the pump running on, because otherwise I'd get a call every 3 hours. I had Ed go down at 9 o'clock the next morning. The water had gone down a bit. Both pumps were still running. 4 o'clock Friday afternoon, Ed went down again. It had only gone down 16 inches in 7 hours, and both pumps were still running. They're two 10-inch 84 horsepower pumps, pumping out through a force main that's a 12-inch force main. So I think that both of those pumps were probably running close to 24 hours steady. So the next time I want to rebuild a pump, shouldn't get an argument.
Do we really need two of them, do you think?
Yeah. Anyway.
We could open a wet and wild in Goodwood.
So that was other business. I'll close Public Works and Active Transportation and over to planning.
Thank you. And I'll call to order Planning Committee, correspondence 39. This is from the region to the Honorable Naveed Bains, who's the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. This is about our broadband strategy. If you guys haven't had a chance to read this, I would strongly suggest you do, because it's a very important document to us here in the north. So, can I get a motion, please, on this? Yeah, Councillor Mayor Barton.
Yeah, I'll give you a motion to support, and then we should book some meetings with our ISPs. Gary and I met with Rural Wave. They've made upgrades to Sanford. They're at 50 megabits per second for Sanford now, and 50 megabits per second in Eudora. Obviously, Cousin Pop's been doing work in multiple locations as well, so we should meet with some of these guys, especially the people that put fiber in the ground, because I think we're going to see some more grant opportunities coming, and we should be prepped for them. The conversations that Gary and I had with Rural Wave talked about finding ways to put fiber in the ground less expensively. Now, everything, when we lobby for those things, it does make it an issue in our roadbeds where you have conduit closer to the roads, because it's more cost effective. So we have to weigh the pros and cons. So part of my motion, let's have some people look at meeting with Public Works or our ISPs about ways to attract more investment and try and make it more cost effective.
Can that be have you got your technology committee going yet?
Not yet, but this would be different than that, I think. It's hard to get someone really special with a good grasp of that. This is more Public Works, because it's putting conduit into roads. I've got a pretty decent working knowledge of this part of it. There's lots of things I don't know, but I've got a decent working knowledge of this. Me, Ben, maybe Willie, or maybe Gord, I don't know. But from a Public Works standpoint, it's where do we put this conduit, and then how much of a pain will it be to deal with this conduit as we change roads in the future. It's a little bit like a one dig policy, things like that. Sounds good.
It also forms part of the Vibrant North Durham, which is coming up later on. But maybe the next time that they're up here, maybe they can have a delegation. I might suggest that. Either have regional planning staff and or economic development speak to this, because it's really important. And if you haven't read it, I suggest you do, because there's a lot of good stuff in there. But again, unless you have an understanding of it, it's a little hard to explain it to you. Okay. Can I get a motion? Or did we have one on this already? Did you? All right. Any questions? All in favor? Are you just waving at me? Is it? Well, it is. I could spend 3 hours explaining it to you, but I won't. I would suggest you read it. It's good stuff. Okay, correspondence 40, Region of Durham, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. This is another document you should read. It's online, so go to durham.ca, and there's a subcategory for Envision Durham. It's the new municipal comprehensive review of the official plan, which they have to do every 10 or 15 years. So if you want to see some change in the regional official plan, this is the opportunity to submit it. So again, if you have a chance to go online on durham.ca, just check it out. It's good stuff.
Gord, just a question.
Yep, go ahead.
On this one, the changes we made adding the industrial park, that'll be seen on this plan, right?
Yeah, I think that's on here somewhere as well.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I just couldn't remember. And when I was looking through it,
well, we've seen this before, but
yeah, I just couldn't remember which page that was on.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Okay. And they also changed the number of people per hectare from 60 to 50. And the number of employees per.
I think that's the next correspondence, Dave.
Oh, is it? Okay.
41. Okay, we have a motion. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. 41. You want to speak to that again? Let me see if I can find a page that it's on.
269.
Starts. There was no motion?
I'll give you a motion to receive.
Sorry, I thought you had a motion already. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Correspondence 41. Do you want to speak to this, Dave, about that part you were talking about?
Oh, okay. Just whenever I have an opportunity to push the region or the province or whoever to help us expand our industrial park, I do. Gord and I
Page
talked...
270, so.
Oh, page 270. So Gord and I lobbied some people at the region to help us with that. They added us to their motion to make a few changes. Is it V, or is it again?
It's 1V, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, so...
Page 270.
So that the province consider identifying the provincially significant employment zones along the 400 series highways in Durham, as well as significantly increasing the Uxbridge Industrial Park. Again, just making sure that everybody is aware that we desperately need that.
By making it obvious, it jumps off the page at you too, so it's good. So. People were looking at us kind of weird, but anyway, we made our point. So. Well, there was one or two, but
yeah, I
we
think
won't get into them. So.
Yeah, close to unanimous. As close as you get to the region.
So I think we need a motion to support this. I don't know who would like to make that.
I would happily give you that.
Mayor Barton, okay. Any questions? And it's a good read too, Bruce, so if you get bored. All in favor? Carried. Consent.
Okay, that's enough.
Here's a gift. There you go. Okay, 42, the town of Whitby. This is a similar thing, but it's from the town of Whitby. Do you think we should consider doing our own response? I don't know whether Liz would have to do this, or we don't have the staff here to do it.
Do you suggest we do that? Do you think we should do that?
This
Do you think it's a good
timely,
idea?
though. This has to be in by
I think she should
sometime soon.
Yeah.
But she can take what's come from the other two, they're almost exactly the same, right?
Okay. Okay.
We'll send these two to her.
Well, why don't you get her to review the regional one, and if she has something that she thinks,
Okay.
that would be a good idea.
All right, I'll give you that motion if you want.
that motion?
Yeah.
To receive this one?
To receive this, and then ask Liz to...
To review and...
Sure. So, first, we'll cut it in half, Gord.
Okay.
I'll give you a motion to receive this.
Okay. All in favor? Carried? Okay.
I'll give you a motion to ask Liz Howson to come up with a Made in Uxbridge document for this plan.
All in favor? Carried, thank you. We've dealt with 43 and 44 already. 45, request to change the name of Cemetery Road.
I think that should be on the record, that comment.
What was that comment? Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Ingrid. Yeah.
I was just going to say, the previous application for that property was actually a retirement home, if you remember. It was a long-term care facility called Living Life on Cemetery Road.
Kind of made its point, I guess.
Not the first time we've heard that they wanted to get the name changed.
This has popped up a few times.
So I have a question. Can we have a section of the road not called Cemetery Road? Like, can we have from there, that section be, Bruce Garrett Way, and then the rest of it remain Cemetery Road? Do we have to
that
rename
should scare people off for sure. But I think you got to probably do it all, just for.
What's that?
I think for fire continuity, you should do the whole thing if you're going to do it.
I'm just.
Unless it's split or something.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious on how that works.
I mean, it's something to consider. I think we need to have input from fire and everybody. Debbie, I don't know what.
Send it to fire? Okay. I'll give you a motion to refer
Just
that
refer to staff. You have
Just a question. As the developer, he's making mention that we also feel that the residents living on Cemetery Road would appreciate this. Willie?
That's a good question.
I was going to say that surprisingly I've had during my, and I spent a lot of time on Cemetery Road and still have since I've been in office, I have never heard that comment. surprisingly. Like, I'm sure there's probably some people that would have an appetite for change, but nobody has vocalized it to me.
Councillor Beach?
You know, it's fine to say, oh, this, you know, we'd like it changed, but, I mean, the cost to the township, to the residents, because they have to change their address, notify everybody, it's very arduous if you really think about the details within that, because then they've got to know their banks, I mean, just everything that they're involved with. Yeah, and the thing is, Google Maps, et cetera, it's like, sorry, like, you know, this is a dead end, it's not Cemetery Road anymore.
Well, it's a valid point. I think you're affecting the people that already live there, regardless of who wants to move in. You know?
I'll share something. I get whispers every now and then from somebody in the room as well. And they changed the name of Cemetery Road in Stouffville, and there was such an outcry about it, they changed it back.
Yeah.
So let's refer this to staff for future.
Yeah, good call.
We could be here all day, so.
Fair enough.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Reports to committee. DS 1819. This is a C of A application for 14749 Durham Road 1. That's your ward, is it not, Senor? Any comments? We're on page 324.
Oh, do we have any questions though? This one's pretty.
Do we need Amelia? It's pretty straightforward.
This one's pretty straightforward. This is a garage in the back of a property in fairly rural Eudora. I don't see a big issue with this one.
It's right at the south limits of the hamlet there.
Yeah.
Question?
It's the first house.
You want to move the recommendation?
I'll move that recommendation.
Okay. Questions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Thank you. DS 1919. That's from the CBO. We had this guy in, was it last week, the week before? And we referred it back to staff. This is the report. There he is. We were just talking about you, Brian. All good.
Yeah.
This is DS 1919. Do you have any comments you want to add to
This
it?
is the Blair Pengay one.
Does anybody have any questions for Brian? I guess the only question I had, Brian, was the 10,000 enough to deal with if we had to?
In the past, with regards to alterations, or
because it's not a demolition, right?
it's not demolition, right?
Okay, that was my only question. Anybody else? Dave?
I would move the recommendations. I have no issues with this.
Okay. Questions? No? All in favor? Carried. Thanks, Brian. Say hi to Amelia for us when you pass. Any unfinished business? Is there anything on the addendum? Yeah, there always is. You aim to please, I know. Is there? Oh, there is. You're right. This is correspondence from Tom Fowle, correspondence 55. Okay. There is. For planning? Ah, you're good. I'm good. So any unfinished business? Other business? Questions, press? Thank you for coming, by the way. And staying. Public, well, very few there, so I will adjourn and pass it to Dave for admin.
Mike hasn't been on.
You receive it and you direct Ingrid to send a letter.
Yeah, we've been at this West Nile now probably for, it's just a standard. Basically, there's two pieces of correspondence. One is about the application of a pesticide, and the other one is in regards to ensuring that bylaw is fulfilling their responsibilities. And it's standard, we do this every year.
Okay. Can we make recommendations on where the larvicide goes? Can we make recommendations on where they put the larvicide?
No, because what happens is they actually test, and they put the larvicide where they need to put it.
Okay.
Would anybody be interested in having Dr. Kyle come up, not just to talk about this? I mean, I've talked to him at the region. He'd be willing to. He just wants an invitation.
We should get him to come and talk about that and ticks. Because the tick thing is a big issue now, almost as big.
Well, there's the whole thing too about the incinerator and stuff, so he could have a whole host of topics. So do you want me to invite him, or do you want to do it as council?
How about you make a motion right now asking to invite Dr. Kyle?
To invite Dr. Kyle? Sure. Okay. All in favor? Carried. Well, that's not,
Wait, this
that's
is
actually
my
you. I'll make that motion. So. I'll make that motion.
Okay, so all those in favor? There we go. Yeah. Okay, so then, motion to receive, thanks Willie.
And direct Ingrid to provide the letter or whatever you gotta do.
Yeah, so was that a friendly amendment? Okay, perfect.
You're just directing her to send a letter.
Okay, all those in favor? Great. Second, next one is item number 47. This is in regards to the drafting a streamlined bylaw regarding recreational cannabis across Durham region. Any comments on this? So, the reason why this came up at the region is, in order to get the police to help us with this, we need to have a unified bylaw across all of Durham region. The majority of us in Durham opted in, and when I've spoken to the police, they're willing to help us with this, but having a unified bylaw means that they know how to act. So, shall we, just a motion to support would probably work?
I'll give you that also, just for your information, that 50% of any money we get does go to the region. Is everybody aware of that? We're not getting it at all, whatever that is. So why not have, to your point, have DRPS deal with it? So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So all those in favor?
I'll give you that one. Yeah.
Carried. Right. Next one is just a second. Okay. Next one is item number 48. This is Durham Revibrant Durham Plan, and it's a primer for the members of council. Oh, yeah. So this is. Who can make it to that meeting? I can't. So this is economic development from the region are coming up to talk to us at from 6 till 8 p.m.
It's an open house.
Okay, good. And I can't, so. Yeah, so it's in the same location. So you should be good. Yeah. Oh, that's later. There's something else.
One's on the 24th, and maybe those who can't attend the session on the 2nd could go to that one on the 24th.
Yeah. Council Chambers, yeah. Okay, so just making sure we have buy-in. Do you want to do you want to do a motion then just to receive this piece of correspondence? Pam, all in favor? Sure, and forward to BIA, friendly amendment? Okay, all those in favor? Carried. Got that right? Okay. Okay, next we've got item number 49. This is from Joanne Richter in regards to the Springtide Music Festival. They want to become a municipally significant event, and they want exemption from our sign bylaw. Pam?
I'd like to support it. It was a great event, even though I wasn't here. I heard about it, and the work that they've done on it this year, I think it's going to become an amazing, valuable event for tourism in the future.
I agree 100%. Any other comments on Springtide? Okay, so all those in favor?
I just think we should probably be just find out what the signage looks like, that it fits with Public Works, or is this something they did last year as well?
Yeah, last year, it's those election style signs.
Okay, yeah, oh, the bag signs, yeah, okay. I hear we're okay with that.
As long as they're 10 meters apart.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, motion to support, call to vote. Did I do that already? Yeah, Pam was the mover. Pay attention. All those in favor? Carried. Thanks. Next, we've got item number 50. This is from Melanie Bainham, I think, in regards to 98 Second Avenue. Bruce, this is your ward. I'd love to hear your
I can speak to this
thoughts.
a little bit, yeah. So this has been around before. There was a previous owner who's pitched looking to buy. If you can visualize going down Second, there's a three-way stop at Barton, and then you continue on down into Cosmos. Right at the end of the Parkette, so the most southern portion of the Parkette, right where Barton would go into. They're looking to buy that property. If you scroll down a little bit to page 354, you can see where the property is. So what they're trying to do is get access to the property in behind where it says the word block. Now, there's a report further down from July 16th where there was a recommendation. So they want to explore the possibility of buying that property from us in order to get access to their property. There was a report from staff to say not support the request. And then, Dave, I'll look to you because then you made a motion to allow them to have that opportunity.
So, yeah, let me speak to that. So maybe early 2016, Mary Ann Meek was the previous owner, and she came in asking for support to do this exact same thing. To buy some of her property to create a building lot in behind her property. And council were quite supportive of the idea and suggested that she move forward and, jump through all the hoops to move forward with it. Then it seemed like we had, as a corporation, we had a change of heart and wanted to go in the other direction. This was after she spent 18 months trying to move forward with this project, and I thought if we supported it then, we should support it now. This is a new blank slate for me, and I think we should start from scratch here. If this council support doing it, great. If we don't, let's tell them now.
So, Ingrid, were you? No?
I was gonna say the other part of it is that they're gonna have to go through land division in order to create that property, and that will mean there'll be a public process where the neighbors, and that's the hard part, is that there's two neighbors now, one on First, one on Second Avenue, that are all of a sudden gonna have a house in between the two of them that they've never had before. So it has at least got a public process tied to it.
Just to give you a little bit of history, I mean, this, as Mayor has spoken to, has been going on for quite a while. It goes back to when I first got on council, which was when we were all still in high school. So, having said that, in order to create this lot, and I think that's where you were going, it has to have access, and right now it doesn't. And the way the lot is, it's kind of like this. So they want to basically sever off the one piece, keep the piece they have, and then have an access. The other back part of this story is we had what was it, 4 years ago? There was another property that's landlocked off where the railway track is, which is at the other direction, north. And they came with a proposal to do the same thing, as to acquire a driveway through that park. And there was a huge pushback, I can tell you, as the ward councillor, from the people on Second that did not want this driveway coming through parkland to access this property. So the last council, for whatever reason, decided that they would support this. I didn't, because of the two reasons. One was that it was a park, and the other one is you're going right over a regional drainage easement, which means if they ever have to dig that up, this driveway will be ripped right out, so. Just to give you the backstory,
Mhm.
and you guys can go from here, but, sorry, do you have a question? No, I'm clearing your throat there. Anyway, just to give you a bit of
fair
history
enough.
on that section.
Yeah, so, and again, on this one, the reason I pushed hard the last time is we had already said yes. I know how hard she worked to make it happen. She decided she wanted to live in a little condo and not have to deal with these types of things. So it's a different situation now. And I got a copy of the listing for this that did certainly no guarantees were made that this was a buildable lot.
Well, I'm kind of torn here. I want to be able to support the resident. I don't think it's a one resident issue. It's more of, are we prepared to start looking at selling off pieces of property in order to open up, Councillor Hyde, to your point, that landlocked ask for this, but in general, green space is pretty precious. And I've got some concerns about starting to set a direction, set a precedent that we're prepared to sell that off to access other property. I'm not aiming it at this particular homeowner, I'm in generalities.
Go ahead, Pam.
Okay, this is parkland. Is it being used as parkland or is it just sitting?
This is sitting.
Sitting, so
So
nothing...
this is, if you look,
It's definitely green, untouched.
it's long grass right now that
Yeah.
goes down into a kind of a drainage area. Now, kids toboggan down that hill though. Okay. So any other comments on this, or should we just call a vote? So get a motion and call a vote one way or the other? Yeah, so the permission in the past was only for Mary Ann Meek. Once the property sold, there's no guarantees for this, the new owner.
Is this similar to what we went through, 8 hours ago? When we, the motion was made, do we have to have a 2/3? Is it one of these situations?
The agreement was with Mary Ann Meek.
I see, okay.
And once the property got sold, it mean the new owner had the same access, so it's being revisited.
Yep.
Okay.
It would go through, we'd have to go over, we'd have to sell a section of our land to create a driveway. There would have to be some sort of retaining wall probably built because of the topography of that land, and it's over a major piece of infrastructure.
Dave, sorry, Mayor Barton, my sense is, we might want to be community spirited and say, yes, we'll let her go and explore it, but my sense, just looking at everybody's face, is then she might go and spend a lot of money and come back and we go, no. Like, I know your kind of mode is, let's make the decision now and stop paying later. Go ahead, Debbie.
Sure.
Sorry.
Okay, so as part of, this would be part and parcel of her land division application. If council are interested in giving it to her, then you basically should decide now, because this couple are gonna go through and make application, they're gonna put out a lot of money for land division. Giving it, then their land division application is gonna be denied because they won't have road frontage on an improved road, number one, and obviously access to the property.
And that's exactly where we were last time. This came in, Mrs. Meek came and did a deputation. We all said, yeah, go ahead, keep moving. And then when it came down to it,
Both hands up.
the approach was, put the brakes on, we don't want to go this way.
She never made application.
Okay.
So my thinking is, I know we have to talk in terms of this particular property, but I just like the theme to be, in general, unless there's some very strong exception, our general approach as a council is, we're not in the business of selling parkland. In general, no?
in my case here, with this piece, I'm struggling with it for a few reasons. Logistically, it'll be difficult to move forward with this. It is over a major piece of construction. It will greatly affect 3 neighbors that have never had a person there before. There's a lot of reasons to say no to this. There's one good reason to say yes, which is support someone and create one more home that's infill. But there'll be lots of challenges. There's going to be people that don't like it. In overall, though, I think there's chunks of land that we own that you could call parkland that will have very little effect on our municipality and help us pay for things like the culvert.
Maybe I could make a comment, though. The thing that makes this a little different is this is about creating a lot. We've got some lots where there's no access, and they're lots of record. And in this particular case, this is one lot where they're trying to turn it into 2. So there are, like to your point, there are some properties that are landlocked, but they are lots of record. And in this particular case, they want to create a lot.
Again, just to pause for a minute, I want to be able to support the resident in my ward. But in general, I hear what you're saying, David, but, you know, we're not setting a precedent for all parkland. I get that. But I'm just thinking out loud. I think the reality is, by the time it comes back around, I could use a little bit of indication from moving heads here. I don't think there's a whole lot of support on it. I don't know, I'm talking both sides of my face here, but I feel like she's going to come back, spend a lot of money, and we may turn around and say, no. So then my motion would be then to not support the application to, where's the rest of the, I've got the picture up here. What is the request?
Just trying to find it. So she's looking for direction.
Yeah, because all the rest of it's just information.
So why don't you have a motion that says something like this, either way? That we support the creation of, the selling of land to create a lot, or that we do not support selling land to create a lot. Does that work?
I think it's basically in terms of, through Mr. Chair, to be able to move ahead with the purchase of the land. And that, like I said, is an integral part of them making application for land division. So to me, if a committee doesn't support the sale of parkland in order to gain access to the property, then I would just say you don't want to proceed with the sale of the parkland.
So what about, Gord, from a planning perspective? What's your view on it?
Well, as before, this other parcel was denied by that council on a similar premise, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't have a drainage easement underneath it. And there was a lot of pushback, I'll tell you, as the ward councillor. They did not want this driveway coming anywhere through that section. It's quite a big section, as you know,
Mm-hmm.
from that stop sign right up to the first house on the west side, so. You know, I'm not saying that it could or couldn't happen, I'm just saying there was a huge pushback at that time. And the council of the day decided that they weren't gonna get involved with it, so they denied it, so. I'm not sure whatever happened to that property, but if you approve something like this, then there's no reason to say that this other person wouldn't be back, or whoever owns that property now, right, so.
Well, and that was a complex one.
So you open the door to further.
Can I speak to it?
Sure.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so just giving you a bit of history, which I think I talked briefly to you about it. In terms of the access to this property, there were a whole bunch of things that were contributing to the complexity of it. They had to cross Metrolink's property. It was a landlocked parcel. They'd had to go a significant distance because it was way to the north. So they would have to cross the Metrolinx property, cross a significant portion of our parkland, or due to the topography of the land there, they had to actually travel on our trail for quite a significant distance, and then in order to gain access to Second Avenue, continue on past where the trail went up to Second, and then so that it wasn't too steep for them to come up out of the parkland to gain access. It would travel behind, I can't even remember, there was how many homes were there. So as part of that, council of the day directed that that person contact those property owners to see if they would have any issues with the driveway being placed there, and pretty much all of them did. So there were a lot of contributing factors, like I said, to the complexity of it. It's kind of the same but much different in many respects to this.
So Mary Ann Meek said that she approached them in the past. One of those houses for sure has changed hands. Yeah.
So maybe
So-
part of it is that we direct them to contact the budding property owners to write us and see if they're willing to give approval.
Yeah, again, I think whichever way we go on this, we need to go that direction and stick with it. Anything else would be unfair. So, again, looking for a motion from anyone. Bueller?
Seems like a plan.
If we're going to give this away, we have to go through a public process, right? We have to declare it surplus? Okay. So somebody mentioned that maybe we should let the adjoining or abutting property owners know. How does council feel about that, letting them know? At least it's giving them a bit of a heads up, because it's gonna end up in a public process anyway on the land division application, but it's also gonna end up in a public process or a public discussion if we decide, or council decides, that you want to give parkland away for them to be able to do that. Both of these things will have public opinion. So rather than cause a big ripple right away, what about going to the two abutting property owners and saying, this is what the township is looking at. They haven't made up their mind yet, but this is an opportunity for you to basically provide a comment. Because right now, her letter is on a public agenda. Chances are they may not have read the agenda, but it is something on a public agenda that would affect them. Does that seem?
Yeah, unless we want to just say no right now as a council decision, or if we want a few more reasons to say no.
We don't have to make a decision today, do we?
We don't have to, but again, if we make any decision other than no, we should probably stick with it moving forward before this person spends a whole bunch of time or money or energy to move forward with this.
By going to the neighbors, you'll get a pretty good indication on whether or not you've got a potential fight on your hand, and at least it's saving everybody a lot of time and energy, that it doesn't end up in this, land division application, or let's say they miss completely this declaring of surplus, which can happen unless you read the agenda, and then it's in land division and you already find out the township's made this available to them, and then it's time and resources that you need to spend fighting it. It would be sometimes better to know that my neighbors aren't going to support this, so that's the battle.
I'm trying to remember how that other one unfolded, and Debbie's right, it spoke to a much longer, convoluted thing, but at the end of the day, they just didn't want this happening near them, and I don't know whether that was a NIMBY or whatever, but
Well,
at some point, you're gonna get involved with this, one way or the other. I don't know how you wanna handle it. I would be more proactive than wait till it happens, right? About it on the 6 o'clock news. I mean, if you and or this person wants to go and say, look, this is what has been proposed, what do you think?
Well, we've
It might
got
save you a lot of grief at the
precedent
end.
in nearby communities that we've got activities going on right now, and how far out is that neighborhood reach? And I don't think it's just those two homes that are behind or in front of the property. I mean, then it's like, so to say we'll reach out to the residents, is that the 200-meter rule that's up for question? You know, so how far do we go? As we've seen, right? So I don't see a whole lot of reaction here saying, you know, I think those that haven't spoken, I think you'd be grabbing your mic and saying, listen, I think we should open this up. So I'm generally, tell me if I'm wrong, for those that haven't spoken. I suspect, I'm putting words in your mouth, but I suspect you're not thinking different than those of us that are saying we probably shouldn't open it up. So, okay, so where's she's just looking, I do appreciate any help or direction you can provide. So the motion then would be to receive this for information and advise Melanie that we do not support the idea of declaring that land surplus.
Okay, so everyone understands this motion? So basically this is saying, no, we don't want to sell this land, okay? All those in favor of saying no?
If the agreement between her and the previous owner specified that this could happen, or?
Yeah,
Dave said he looked at it.
So
It wasn't meant?
I reached out to the real estate agent to get a copy of the listing
Yeah.
last night, and there's
no mention.
no guarantees.
Okay.
I can flip that to you if you want to see it, Gord, but
Yeah.
it
No, I
did
just
not.
wondered if there was some kind of unspoken thing that this could happen, and if so, I would be pretty mad if I was the secondary purchaser. So.
It's not written, it wasn't said. So.
There's no guarantees on this, from the way I read it.
So, back to the
Okay,
motion.
so all those in favor of not declaring this land surplus anytime soon? Gary? Okay, so that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, next. Okay, report number CL 2019. This is in regards to, our planning applications. Was that in the addendum? Do you want me to do that first? Okay. Step back 30 seconds. Correspondence number 54. This is from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs in regards to the regional government review and online consultation. This is the province is looking at all a bunch of municipalities. They met with me and a number of other mayors to discuss a municipal review.
To echo my friend Councillor Hyatt's comments, if you haven't read it, you should. It's a useful survey where you've got lots of you can check boxes and you can give your thoughts, and it'll get down right at the end. If you haven't done it, it'll say, you can fill in a number of boxes to say, I live in the region, I do business in the region, I'm employed by the municipality, I'm a councillor on a municipality. It'll ask you all those questions. You can choose whether you can answer it or not, but why would you not be honest? So there's chance to actually have, after you do it, you feel like you've had your say. It's a fair survey.
I did mine in a little different way. Okay, so what shall we do with this?
Okay, just make a motion to receive.
Motion received by Councillor Garrett. All those in favor? That's carried. Thanks. Okay, next, report number CL 2019. This is from Deb in regards to our planning application. So this is whether or not we increase the distances beyond the 120 meters that we do now. Deb had some really good ideas on ways without adding any cost to us, making sure this is well communicated. Mr. Planning?
I'm just curious, through you to Deb, what was your thought on bullet point 3? Provide direction on the practice of planning notices. Like, are you asking for a full page, or where are you going with that?
I'm asking for committee to provide direction if they want to increase circulation distances, if they want us to start posting it as a full-page statutory ad in the paper, that the applicant would be responsible for paying for, or if they want us to keep it in the township page, whatever.
I mean, I'm all for increasing the knowledge, but I don't know if by increasing the radius you're going to achieve that. I think if I'm misrepresenting it, please let me know, but bullet point 3 basically says do a full-page ad when you have one of these applications. That's how I read that. And I would be in support of that, because it's one more tool that we can do to get the message out there. If people choose not to read it, then unfortunately we can't force them to, but rather than hit the radius route, is hit other means, whether it's social media or website or classified advertising. I mean, we gotta do more from that aspect, I think. But I don't think, doubling the radius, if you had a rural property like we're dealing with here, does that solve anything? I don't think it does, so that would be my tack. I would take the advertising perspective and increase that.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, as I said in my report, currently what we are doing is including them in the township page. The problem being that, as I'm sure you've noticed, these the notices are massive and take up a lot of township page, which means we're pushing generally into 2 pages, which we are paying for. So if we're going to start the practice where it's a full page ad for the notice, then to me it should be at the applicant's cost. So if that means we bump up the application cost a little bit to cover, because we're going to be probably $300, $400, $500 for a full page.
Full page, yeah. I would be in support of that. And anything else we could do, whether it's website or...
We do put it on the website.
We do, I know, but to make it more noticeable, I guess.
Right. So Bruce, I think you were first.
Well, when I look down through that chart showing other municipalities, I just wonder if either Gord or Dave, if you've had any feedback in conversations with people at the region. It's interesting, the city of Pickering in the urban area is 500 meters, Clarington's 300 meters. I just get the sense that we're not alone in this concern that we're not reaching out far enough. And I know, Deb, to your point, what does that mean? If we're going to reach out to 500 meters from that property we were just talking about, that's a lot of mail that's going out. But I just sympathize with what's gone on recently with some other developments that people said they didn't know. And we say, well, you didn't read the paper, but not everybody's as anxious to read page 3 as we are.
So just before you go, Pam, I agree. Now, I own a bit of property in Pickering, and I get these notices that are quite a ways away from me. So I'm not always interested when I get these multiple pages of documents. It's like, it takes me a while to figure out where that piece of property is, right? So I'm not always interested. I think, I agree with Deb. I think the 120 meters probably isn't bad. But we need to do that plus more. And if we touch people who are very close to it with mail, we hit people online that will then get shared to the parents' groups and everything else. And then we also hit people in the newspaper with a separate ad that looks a little bit different than our typical correspondence. I think that's a good step forward. Now, Pam, go ahead.
Well, from a little bit of past recent experience, the majority of people that had approached me in one situation don't look at the website, they don't read the paper, they don't even look online, they don't get the paper at the door, kind of thing, and they take no responsibility for anything that's going on around them. That's an overall concern. People should care about anything we can do in multimedia to get it out there, but it's almost educating the residents to look. I think that's overall. It's not just in a single situation, but it's all the way around, because there's too many people that don't pay attention until something maybe is going to be near them, and then they get upset instead of being there right at the beginning and paying attention to what's going on in our municipality.
Dave, I'm going to steal your idea. I think in one of our discussions you'd mentioned the mailbox notice, like we all, where do we all put our campaign signs? Get them by the mailbox, because you're gonna get somebody at least every couple of days, whatever they get their mail. Is that even, Deb, if I can look toward you, can we even create something that sticks in the ground by a mailbox? I don't know, is that tacky? Like, I think it's a great, and that's why I'm saying, stealing your idea, I think it's a great way. Everybody gets their mail eventually, not daily. But, yeah. Sorry, I'm just calling you.
Okay, but there,
Go ahead, sorry.
there is there's a problem with that partly, and partly good. You know, if you have the community mailbox thing, great putting signs, you know, or something. But then you get out into rural areas, there's single mailboxes, and some people, I don't care whether you live in town or in a hamlet or rurally, some people don't pick up their mail for weeks at a time. So you still run into people that don't pay attention.
Okay, so how about we do a couple things. I like all the suggestions. The other thing that I've noticed, even going by that property that we've discussed a couple times here in Goodwood, you don't always notice those signs because they're facing the road. They're not. You can drive by there without seeing it. Sure.
Okay, something I saw in Stouffville, like I think that V thing would stand out more, but I've seen some yellow ones down in Stouffville. And it's certainly, the white ones kind of like, but the yellow ones, it was like, what's that?
Yeah.
I noticed it.
Okay, no, it makes sense. So, Deb, can we take a look at our signage options and maybe doing a two-sided sign that you can see from both directions, and maybe they can be yellow or pink or blue. So let's just break this into pieces. Are we all comfortable with 120 meters? Yes, Willie.
Well, similar to Councillor Garrett, I thought it was interesting that I think 500, urban seems excessive because we're not that big. Looking at this, I was surprised that, similar size are 120. I'd like to increase it out, but I also, again, as we've gone through this process, I kind of feel like we've almost exhausted all avenues that we have to put forward without using our own councillor pages to add into this. I'm willing to do that, but we're going to reach a couple hundred more people maybe. I'm willing to do it, but as I look at this report with Deb, so I'm leaning towards motion to receive and then look at our options and do our best to kind of do it on a case-by-case basis within our wards.
Yeah, so I hear you. I think getting some money for advertising for this from the applicants makes a ton of sense. The other thing, and we've seen that with the Grain Boys application, I've been incredibly disappointed with their ability to sell this to the neighbors. They've put out so little information, and in formats that are very complex and hard to understand. Like a one-page business review on, we're proposing a mill that's going to look like this, that will be this big, just a little bit more data in a type of format that people can understand. More of a marketing piece than legislative. And that might be what should be added as part of their ads in the paper.
So conceptual.
Conceptuals. What's that?
Conceptual.
Yeah, like a conceptual drawing instead of, either a mailer to include that goes in the mail, and the social media piece that's easy to understand, and also the piece in the newspaper that's easy to understand. I don't think increasing the distance is necessarily the answer. I think it's hitting people in multiple avenues. Because, again, we're hearing from people probably 2.5 kilometers away that are furious that they didn't hear about this.
But they never would.
Yeah, but again, I'm just saying, if we put in a format that people can understand, I think it will make it easier. Okay, so let's do something quickly with this. We've been here too long. So give me a motion. I'd like a motion to support the recommendations and then add a one-page information sheet that's easier to understand. That's what I'd like to see from the applicant.
Just when you're starting to talk about this, and I'm sorry I missed the conversation, but maybe there has to be a developed template too, so that whenever those ads go into the paper, it always looks the same. So that, you know, there's certain, we need to really be defining what it is that we want from them and what that format needs to look like. So every time you open up the paper and you see that look, you go, that's a planning application.
Okay, so we can't really mess with the notice. It's a statutory notice under the Planning Act. So in terms of how they look and feel, they basically are all the same already in terms of the statutory notice. Unless it's something that's not about a specific property or area. Generally, there's a map. It talks about the purpose. It talks about how you can come to the public meeting. Then, if it's a notice passing, how you appeal and where you appeal and by when you have to appeal. So, in terms of when you're talking about like an information flyer, I'm not sure that we can do that. I'm not sure that we can just do something general for the newspaper. If we're giving a statutory notice, then that's what we would have to give. Now, if you want the applicant to then to be responsible for providing that, then maybe that's something that you ask as part of the application process, and that it would be available here if people want to see it.
So what I'm suggesting is do everything that we're legislated to do. In addition to that, in the envelope, you have a one-page sheet with graphics, color, that looks like what the building, to sell what this thing is. This is a grain mill. It employs 20 people. It's going to be 12,000 square feet, like just the basics of the business in a one-page bulleted format, in color, with a 3D rendering whenever possible.
And the same would apply if you're going to put an infill house in. It's this many square feet, this is a rendering of what it looks like, this is what it would look like from the street. It's the same regardless of whether it's a grain mill or a garage like we see.
Yeah, so the problem with just we have to put a level on how many square feet. Because if it's a garage in the backyard in Eudora, that the building costs $40,000. We don't necessarily want them to have to pay $2,000 to get their C of A application in.
Okay, can I make a suggestion?
Of course.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. So if there's a general support of what we have in the recommendation, and then perhaps staff investigate further the options to have rendering drawings and when that type of thing might be applicable versus not. Like you said, if somebody's applying for a granny flat for an accessory dwelling for 1,000 square foot granny flat, do we want to put them to the expense of having to go through all these other things versus a subdivision? So perhaps if you refer that part to staff to see what options there are to provide further information.
Okay. So are you okay with us getting a motion to table this and you come back with suggestions? Or do you want to support the recommendations and then have staff come back with further options?
Yeah, I'd rather that.
Okay. Okay, can I get that motion, please? Okay, from Gord, is that yes? Yes. Okay, so a motion to support the recommendations, and to have staff come back with further recommendations. Okay, all those in favor? That's carried.
I think that part about whether it's a zoning bylaw amendment or a site plan has to be spoken to in that as well, because it's,
And we can talk about the farm.
you know, auxiliary dwellings, it would be crazy to do it for all of them.
Yeah, okay. Let's keep going. This is item B. This is CAO 06-2019 from Ingrid. The roles and responsibilities of the mayor. Yeah. Okay, so what would we like to do with this? This in case of an emergency on what the responsibilities of me or the acting mayor when I am out of town or unavailable.
Just put it in just to help everybody understand what those responsibilities would be.
And this is coming up on the agenda next Monday. So we're going to need an acting mayor while I'm gone, so we need to make sure this happens next Monday, or I won't be married very long. So just be ready. Any questions, any concerns, please reach out to me this week if you have any concerns, so we can discuss this before the meeting. Again, just so we don't take up half an hour of the meeting to discuss this. Okay? Okay, can I get a motion to receive from Pam? All in favor? That's carried. Okay, next one. This is, unfinished business. Anything? There's a report on the addendum. Is it this one? Golf fund? Oh, golf tournament. Okay, just a second. Can I borrow this? Okay. Reports to committee. This is CL 2119 from Deb in regards to the township golf tournament. Okay, so wooden sticks, the dates are here. Any suggestions, concerns, comments? You don't all have to speak at once. I'm trying. Yes, Willie.
Just hearing things in my ear again. So Mill Run has asked if they could bid on the event, to see if they could perhaps win us over.
And I think it's late. Why don't we move forward with what we've already done before for this year, and then we'll look at it for next. We okay with that? Okay, and the recommendations are that we receive the report and that we keep it at wooden sticks for July 19th, and that we appoint some people to the committee. Any concerns with any of that?
Just get my calendar.
Okay.
Just one thing, I'm willing to participate, but I will not be in town that day. So if that precludes me from being in the meeting, I'll just bring that up now.
Okay. I don't think that would, I think we would take your event management experience and take advantage of it, and then let you be out of town. And what's great about wooden sticks is they do most of the work. Okay, so support the recommendations, and let's first support the recommendations, and then we'll appoint some people to this committee. Okay. Okay, all those in favor? Great. Who do we want on this committee? Willie?
Well, I'm part of the golf fund, so it makes sense that I partake if you want me on it, so.
Okay. Gord? Do you want to be part of this?
You know, I thought about it, and Laura and I have kind of had some discussions. It might be an opportunity. I've been doing it for 12 years, is to get some fresh faces on that committee. I mean, I'll be willing to help out the day of or whatever, but I think it's time for someone else to step into the breach, if you will.
Okay. Gary, do you want to be part of this? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So okay. So why don't we have it be Willie, Todd, Gary, and I'll walk in and out of the meetings a bit, because otherwise we have quorum. Okay. So someone give me a motion. Willie, Todd, Gary. So that's I'll make that Gord's motion. All those in favor? That's carried. Thanks. Then we have one more. This is under other business. This is from the Ministry of Labor, a news release in regards to a new digital resource to help save us time and money. Okay, motion to receive. Made by Willie. All those in favor? That's carried. And now we're going in camera. You're free to go, Moya. Any questions?
I have just one, sorry. Under the cannabis bylaw, I think Councillor Hyatt, you mentioned 50% of the money will go to the region. Is that for any penalties? Is that what that was referring to? Any
No,
bylaw?
it's, you know, that
fine?
thing they had when they make $100 million, they divide the profits up?
Right.
Remember that? Well, half of that goes to the upper tier and half goes to the lower tier, so we don't get it all in Uxbridge.
Oh, so, okay, so
whatever
the
that
money
number-
that's coming back because you opted into the program?
Right,
Okay.
right, yeah.
Thank you.
Gord, just to that, I wonder if the people that didn't opt in, they should be forced to pay the regional portion.
I don't know how that's gonna work. Yeah, that's a good question, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. All right. Any other questions, Martin?
It should be
Okay.
provincially
You're free to go,
or
thank you.
regionally run.
If you have any questions along the way, you know how to find me. Okay, thank you. Okay. Do you wanna go, why don't we go 5-minute break and then we'll go in camera? Okay, thanks.
That guy's coming at 4.
Okay.